死者は誰？死者は誰？
Holy shit, I don't even exist. I do not exist. My webcam's not picking up my face. Nani? Hold up, let me deactivate and activate again. Oh, that's a different thing. I need my face. Where's my webcam? Where is my webcam? Oh, God! I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you. There it is, C920. Let's see. Deactivate. Activate. Oh, it's me. It's me. Hold up. Since my stream is already scuffed, as we can tell, since my camera wasn't even popping up when we switched scenes, let's test certain things, shall we? Let's test. Let's test sound alerts. Okay, that one works. It's so handsome. No, you. Let's test. Bang! Bang! It's so cute. What the fuck? I love that one. Bang!
もしもーし。
And you guys hear it, right? You guys all hear it?
No maidens.
So dorky. Maybe we can make that one a little bit bigger. But that's whatever. Anywho, I haven't added anything. I have a whole bunch of things I want to add. If I were to do this, you could see green screen stuff, more stuff, but that's whatever. That's whatever. Let me play some background music. Spooky vibes. Hi, Sunny. First? Oh shit, you're first? I'm gonna do this now before I forget. I also want a first panel. I want to see what happens. Let's see. How are you doing, Sunny? How's my mic, by the way? I want to find a way to re-put the I used to have this sound effect with the mic where it's like I would push a button and it'd be like, ooh, major echo. Like amped up reverb. All right, I got you. I'll do the full name, even though it's easier for me to type Snake. I'll do the full name. Never know when there's gonna be another Snake, for example, or another Sunny. All right, you guys are both 1, 1, and 1. My nose is itchy already. Okay. I added it. You are now on the scoreboard. Gang, gang. Okay. So how are you guys doing? What's going on? I'm okay, Pog. How are you? My room is kind of hot right now, and I think the heat is turned on. Which is fine and all, but I kind of want to lower it real quick before we keep going. So I might go ahead and just dip down for a second just to do that. But I have a snack, a stream snack. Crunch. I got my water. I had some food.
You're an original, aren't you?
You are indeed an original. Welcome.
48
months. God damn it. God damn it. I love you, chat. I hope you've been well. Yeah, crunchy. Because I was craving Crispo, Norwegian Crispo, but I don't have Crispo here. So I was like, oh, I'll get some crunch. But I'll be right back. Let me just quickly turn the heat down or off. Like, I don't need to make it cold. I just need to turn the heat down on it. Because once I'm streaming it and it gets going for a while, it gets really hot in my room. And I could use not passing out as a good excuse. So I'll be RB. D-Tune merch, in case you guys didn't recognize. Love this guy. Have you guys seen his paranormal stuff? He's been working really hard on his paranormal content. If you guys haven't seen it, definitely check it out. It's actually really, really enjoyable. But I'll be right back. And I also saw someone posted a Silent Hill video, so I think I'm gonna watch that when I come back. But BRB, y'all behave. Scuffed. My chair is getting scuffed. I'm sorry, chair. I did not take proper care of you. Get a load of Crispo from Sophia and have a mini fridge full of it. That sounds like a fantastic idea. Oh, so everyone does subtrains. They have like a little. They have like these really cool animations and stuff. And mine's just a dorky dog. I love it. It's so cute. I wasn't gonna do a subtrain at all, but because I had this idea, I decided to add one. And then I was like, well, if I added that one, I might as well add it to Like there's like a little mini subtrain below the bar here when we're in the game scene. I'm not sure if you can really. I don't see it, so maybe it doesn't work when I switch scenes. But I honestly love how cute that is. Can you feel the love? How are you doing, Jack? What's going on? You having a good day? Nice. Nice sunglasses there. No you? No you. My hair is so poofy. It's so fucking poofy. I need a haircut. I'm good. I'm doing good. Went to the gym today. Bought more protein shenanigans, which was nice. That was nice. It fucked me up a little bit, but I was out of the protein powder, so I was trying to find these like very cheap protein powder shenanigans, and there was one that was on value. There's a value one, like an off-brand protein powder, which is a little sus, but it was also like 50% off. So it's like, I guess I'll try it. So I did try it today, and it's actually sweet. But the thing that concerns me when it comes to like physical activity and exercise and stuff like that, things that taste really sweet are always very suspicious. So I got to be a little bit careful with that. I need to look at the thing a bit more. But I'm doing good though. I'm doing good. Just hot. I turned off the heat, so that's good. But I'm still hot. Among Us. Among Us. Oh, I never added that sound effect. I don't think. I have that here somewhere as well. I was gonna add this. Then I was gonna add this. I haven't done it yet. And I was also gonna add this. This one's just so funny sounding to me. It's the oof sound, but it's just reverb. Reverb tech. That's so stupid. I fucking love it. Okay, and then I was also gonna do Bully Maguire stuff. I was thinking about that. Cause honestly, Bully Maguire makes me fucking laugh all the time. So I gotta think about adding that. But let's see. I saw someone. Oh, Jack, thank you for posting the stream. It's been a while since someone posted it. Someone finally posted it. I never remember to post it. Never. I never remember to post it, but I'm gonna take a look at these Silent Hill trailers real quick here. Let's switch to desktop. I have a button. Use the button. Button. That's Discord, which is fine, but I want to open the stream. We got this video and we got this video. Let's see. I'll mute the spooky lo-fi for a bit here. Mute that, or pause it rather. This is Silent Hill 2 reveal trailer. I haven't seen this yet, so I know nothing about it. I remember playing the Silent Hill games when I was really fucking young, and I never made it past the first level because I was totally a little bitch. Baby can't play baby game, unlike adult Hitsu who can like totally kick any horror game's ass. Baby Hitsu was a baby. Pussy. God damn. But I could even play Resident Evil back then. I was just scared of everything. Which is kind of wholesome actually. It's kind of cute. But I haven't seen it. But I always loved the Silent Hill franchise when I think I entered middle school, around there. That's when the games started getting interesting. The lore started getting interesting. I think it's because of one of the movies that came out. Captivated me because it's such a unique sounding story that I thought was really, really fucking cool. But we'll see. The shit. Who hides in locker? What? Me? Lockers? This guy? That's kind of loud for me. I'm gonna lower it a little bit. If it's too quiet for you guys, let me know though. Hands. We have hands. Dirty hands. Cool. Little fuzz. We got Leon Kennedy. Wrong game though.
Could she really be here? Waiting for me? Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago.
The game so far looks pretty fucking fire. Holy shit. the damn cafeteria.
Restless dreams.
I like that they showed that. They showed the cafeteria. Or I'm not sure what it's called. It's not a cafeteria. It's the diner. They showed the diner. Creature design. Masahiro Ito. Developed by the Boober team. I didn't see the L. Oh, I'm so not right in the head. This is the hotel, right?
I know what you are.
That is James motherfucking Sunderland. Leon is a copy of him. You right? You right? You right?
I know why I needed you.
Got some pistol action. You can shoot outside of lockers. I can hide in the locker and shoot some fools. Oh, this is my game. I was made to play this game.
I don't need you anymore. I'm ready.
Konami has really stepped up their quality recently
Mary?
in recent years. I want to give them proper credits. They've been working hard. Who's that? Anyone know what that is? That little pyramid head looking thing? Any idea? He's my favorite voice actor. What do you mean? If I remember, the original OG voice of James was just some guy who'd taken his daughter in to audition for the game. Deja Vu sounded a little bit off there. The redeem don't work? It did work, but what do you mean? Yes, quite a few things announced. Wait, is there more stuff that's announced? If there's more stuff, let me know, because I don't know all of it. Yeah, there's that red pyramid thingy dude that the person's wearing something on their head. What? Anyone know who they are? What they're called? Interesting character. Very interesting character. Silent Hill F teaser trailer. Let's see this. That's its actual name. It's twerk. Yeah, the little triangle face. Head. Oh, this is in Japan? Wait, so there's a Silent Hill in Japan too? So like it's not just Silent Hill? Because this is clearly Japan already. Yeah, they announced SH2 remake and SH2 film, Silent Hill F, and the Silent Hill Townfall. No, there's a Silent Hill set in Silent Hill. Okay, because I thought so. I don't know what this is right now, because this ain't Silent Hill. This is Nihon. They even got the little Buddha statue on the like. This ain't Silent Hill. Oh, originally it was always meant to be set in 1960s Japan. And it just wasn't, I guess. Get off of me, meat fleshy pokey things. Disgusting. Oh, F is set in Japan. Okay, so Silent Hill is set in Silent Hill, and F is set in Japan. I've always loved this instrument, and I don't know what the fuck this instrument is, but I've always loved this specific instrument. That's disgusting! Fuck you, game. Hauntingly beautiful. He's crying. Okay, significantly less beautiful. More so just straight up scary now. Silent Hill, fuck this shit. That's what I just got. Face Off starring Nick Cage. Story Ryukishi 07. Oh, is this like a fan story that got adapted into like a proper in-universe kind of game? If that's the case, that's kind of cool, actually. Thank you, Konami, for this CG trailer. Even if the game got canceled, we still got something really nice. This is something else, though. It was just announced. Wait, what? He was joking with the PT cancellation, yeah. That's pretty cool. Is that not a shakuhachi? It's like a flute or a long... I don't know. I don't know what that is. Shakuhachi. Let's hear it. Is it? It might be close to it. I also like this flute, but I think it was slightly different, wasn't it? Or it might be a type of it, a variant of it or something. But no, like Silent Hill so far looks pretty fire. The comeback of Silent Hill and Resident Evil. This is what I needed. Proper story lore. Too bad. I personally think the Resident Evil games aren't as exciting to play, so which is why I haven't played them. But it's more metal sounding. Yeah, they're definitely similar. Is there anything else that I need to be aware of since you guys are here right now and we're watching trailers? Any new things that were announced recently? Because again, I know nada. Oh, to answer your question, Sonny, yes, we are playing Phasmo. I just don't know who else wants to play. It's kind of the ordeal right now because I asked, and then we got Sophia and Cress. They were like, Overwatch, Apex, do that, and like, but I want to play Phasmo. So no one actually like replied with like whether or not they wanted to play Phasmo. So I was like, oh, we'll just do some Mortuary's Assistant for a bit, and then once we get players, or we, like a little bit into the stream, we'll gather around. Like once I get too scared to play the game, we'll switch so that I get too scared to play the game with friends. Hey. Unheard of in the last 15 years. Yeah, no. Konami, I'm sorry. I used to love Konami as a kid, but then there was straight 10 to 15 years of just constant trash. Basically. So it's kind of nice again to see that Konami's getting back into it. But the fact that the higher quality projects are more or less just remakes kind of makes it feel like it's a cash grab, but I don't mind because if it's well done, then we get a lot more in universe explanations and like lore build up of the story. We get a lot more like detailed and structured storylines that can follow the original vision in a more modern sense. So I want to see the universe expanded and explored more for their different games. And hopefully it spawns some new original ideas. Was Death Stranding Konami? I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh, my disconnecting on Discord. I don't want to wake up Sophia. This may mean Metal Gear Solid makes and that's what I'm saying. Like it seems like they're trying to capitalize. Well, technically, what was the one with the quiet girl? Which one was that? 5? Was that 5? Quiet. Um, they were already kind of doing it, weren't they? Like that. I know it's new lore and all that, but wasn't it kind of like a soft reboot in a way of the game franchise? Like I'm not saying it's actual reboot, but it's just like, oh yeah, we're just we exist was what they were trying to say with like the new updates and stuff. But I'm playing with dust particles. Wee. Can I hide this? I swear, sometimes I like hiding my this. I like hiding the taskbar thing, but it doesn't always hide because sometimes I get some sort of pop up and it's just cringe. That was Steam. Near the world ends with you. Personally, I think Kojima is a little tad overrated. He has a lot of out of the box ideas, but his latest games have all been weird as hell. The thing is, I don't mind that his new games have been weird as hell. Mostly because it. What the fuck is this? Oh, that looked creepy. Mostly because his I miss that. I miss the really outlandish, weird concepts being adapted into stories or games for films and movies. Um, I actually really enjoy that aspect. Will I necessarily like the game or stories? No. There's a high chance I might not like it because the concepts are sometimes just so fucking bizarre, right? But having someone that's not afraid to do that and make content more or less of that regard, I think is something that should be encouraged, and it's not encouraged at all by like big companies, big conglomerates, and stuff like that, which is so sad to me because like there's so many unique ideas. We have so many people on this planet with so many crazy, outlandish stories and ideas to tell. They just need to some tangible way to like send the message, but then they're completely shit on by um producers, companies, all kinds of different shit, and it just never sees the light of day. And like, yeah, sure, that'll be bad shit, but to counteract the bad shit, there's gonna be some really like out there, like, whoa, really? Who thought of this? You know, and I miss those kind of risk. Not everything's safe. Ugh, safe. Ugh. But can it be overrated? Yes, but I think that's because he is that kind of character where he is outlandish, but he is also kind of the only one that kind of has that vibe. There's the creator of I forgot the name of the creator of Nier Automata. Taro? Yo, no. He's also kind of outlandish. He's kind of crazy. Um, but we just need more crazy folks making stuff that are very well thought out in a way. Hey Tally, how are you? But yeah, I figured. Oh shit, that made me jump. What? That made me jump. That's crazy. All right, let's switch to game scene. Game capture properties. We'll play a little bit of this until I piss my pants. We'll switch to Phasmo. Got good sleeps last night. That's good. I'm boop. That's so. I'm so glad I added these. I forgot I used to have these sound effects back then, and now it makes me so happy. I'm glad you got some sleep, though. How was hanging out with Bidoof yesterday on stream playing Phasma? I missed most of it because I didn't realize you guys were streaming. I was also out celebrating my grandpa's birthday before coming back for the what's it called? Anime night, which was fun. I actually quite enjoyable, but I hope you had a lot of fun though. Wait, also, did someone stop by and did I not say hi to them? Okay, I didn't say hi to Kenpachi. Hello, Kenpachi. I'm very late. And technically, I don't think I said hi to you either, Damien. Hello, Damien. I'm also late. How are you guys doing? Worked pretty well? I'm glad it did. I have this fleece super... Oh, wait, hold up. That's completely different. I have this fleece super comfy blanket that I use for when it's super cold. Worked pretty well. Well, that's good. Okay, move the chat a little bit closer to the thingy. Like so. No, like so. I want to be able to see chat. Yeah, but sometimes I just get so engrossed into like whatever topic we're talking about that I just forget to say hi. The most basics of basic simple courtesy. And I'm like, "Oh yeah. They exist." And I'll be talking with you. I would never say hi, and I felt bad. So I wanted to hello. Anywho, like I said, Cell called, and she said I need to go work at her mortuary real quick. You know, stab him. We slab him or something like that. So here we are. Well, we met almost exactly 4 years ago.
I'm so glad it's almost over. Congratulations, sweetie.
There's cutscenes already?
I'll never understand why you chose such a macabre field.
There's nothing disturbing about it. It's just that.
Oh, is that me?
I'm proud of you. I really am.
Damn, I'm a looker.
You've come so far.
Meetiversary? When? When is it?
So, you haven't told me what's next. Will you get a job where you are?
Also,
or...
thank you,
They
Sunny.
actually
Sunny
have
was the
found
one that
they
made
need,
Mortuary's
but
assistant
my old
possible.
teacher, Mr. Delver, transferred me to his office to
Appreciate you.
finalize my internship there.
Oh, well, that's good. I remember you mentioning him. Where's he located? Are you moving away from me?
No, I'm not moving. He's actually located around here. Riverfields.
Oh, Rebecca. I don't like that.
Grandma,
Even I've heard things about that place. I'd just be worried about
people
you.
make up stories. Death is a scary thing to a lot of people. And we try to explain things we don't understand, and we want comfort when we lose someone we love. I mean, no one's embalming any ghost bodies or whatever. It's fine.
All right. I'm sorry. But I wanted to give you this anyway. So
Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on like what's going on in the game. What's that?
I don't know if I want that.
just take it, please. It should be yours anyway.
The way she said that into the mic. I heard it. I heard it.
Thanks.
All right, enough spooky stuff. I'm so proud.
I didn't realize there was like an
When does
intro.
all this happen?
Does the camera have
When do you
cataracts? I think it
Actually
might.
been there for a few weeks now. My review is tomorrow.
Boom. The game saves automatically. You have reached checkpoint whenever you see this icon. It looks like fuck, I forgot what it's called. When I saw YouTubers play it, it didn't have an intro, right? Like I don't remember seeing an intro like that. Cause I thought I've seen someone play it before. Maybe it's the demo. The demo didn't have an intro. The depth of field in this cutscene is kind of whack. Yeah, I feel kind of blind.
All right.
Have I seen The Haunting of Hill House? I have, actually. I have. I watched it with Sophia. When are we playing at dead of night? What's that? Okay, hold on, let me catch up on chat now. Did the code work? Yes, it did. Enjoy a lurk, Kenpachi. The code did work. Thank you for trying. I haven't looked through it yet, because again, I've never used it, but it worked, I think. So maybe we can find games on there as well that actually worked. When are you playing Dead at Night? I don't like dying at night. Like, actually, the scariest game you've ever played? Oh, God. So they played a full release, and there was no intro. Maybe it was, like, new. We had to quit, like, 2 or 3 hours in. I might do that for this game, to be honest with you. I might. Ugh. Dead at Night is a fucking terrifying FMV. What's FMV? Horror game where you're being stalked. Yeah, I've seen it before. It's the one where you got the little Jimmy fella. Kind of annoying. A full motion video. Okay. Damn. The technology on these vods are insane. Phenomenal. Jimmy Bestie, your namesake. Yeah. Jimmy boy. Come here. Use to sign the paperwork left on the door. Oh, okay. Quick inventory, that's right. Right. How does the game feel? Does it look smooth? Is it too smooth? Are we lagging? Let's say. Mr. Delver's business cards. 1970s. Could use some coffee. For the ghost! Ugh! Oh, there's lights in here. What the fuck is the light? In the demo, there's definitely not a light there. I know I'm not trolling. In the demo, there's no light here. I tried. There's no light switch. At Dead of Night does for peoples what Jaws did for the ocean. Oh, God. It probably does what mirrors did for mirrors. That's me. Hello. Oh, oh, that's not good. That made me jump. Last thing I forgot to give you. Please grab a pencil from my desk and sign. Thanks. Zoe. P.S. Good luck. Good luck to me. The pencil. Rar. That's not good.
Rebecca. Great.
Fuck
Perfect.
you, dude.
I just finished with Mr. Dalton here. Please wheel him back to cold storage and bring us Mrs. Page.
Sure thing, boss. Sure thing. Come here, fella. Oh, God, it's jank. The commands are jank. Using the gurney. To bring a body in or out of cold storage, open the bay with the body's name, pull out the rack, then move the cart. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's just stuff we've done in the demo. Oh, God. Alright, Dalton. Oh, wait, that's kind of cool, actually, how they implemented, like, the thing there. I gotta move over here. Put that there. Open the salami. I thought fucking Oswald Dalton was knocking on the damn thing for a second there. I was like, what? He can do that? God damn it. Ah. Alrighty, I need to move my water to the left side so I have all this mouse space to actually turn this damn thing. Alright, wait, hold up. What's that? Is that stuff I need? Oh, that's a cremation bag. Is that stuff I need? Oh. Does anyone know how long average gameplay is? Because I won't make it. I'm letting you guys know now, I won't make it.
All right. I'm just finishing up something here, so why don't you grab the clipboard and start recording identifying marks. I'll get out of your way when you're done and let you hop in here.
Hover the cursor. Right. We've done this. We've done this. We've done this. I've done this. I've done this. Back. What? Rotate. Ooh, that's something. She got a little something there. A little something there. What's that? Looks kind of suspicious. Ooh, you got a little something there. What the fuck is that, actually? I don't know what that could possibly be. There's just a whole bunch of holes there. What would that be? Boob?
These old windows never stay latched.
Or was it because I said boob? Nice to have some air, I think. Is that a mark or is that just boobage? That might just be boobage. Okay. How do I look at the clipboard? That's not good. I'm getting, it's still like daytime in the game. I'm antsy. That's not good. Is there something wrong with her eyes or something? What am I missing? I'm missing one. Oh, can't believe Cell's making me work on the midnight shift. Pretty cringe, Cell. Pretty cringe. Welcome to Cell's mortuary, where we stab him after you slap. Wait.
Great.
You
Climb
stab
on
him,
in
we
here and
slap
put
him.
everything into the record system.
She got
Don't
scratches
forget to
on her
take
head.
the printout to the front desk so Zoe can add it to the packet for the family. After that, we'll get started.
Damn, Raymond looks like a... He got this stoic German look to his face. There's nothing right with those eyes. Check her pulse, she might be faking.
You'll die here.
What was that?
I didn't say anything. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, dude! I said he looked like he's German, and then I heard some you die here thing. I'm thinking Nazi. Nazi experimenter. Not that I would know. I'm just throwing it out there. Alright, this game has a weird way of doing this. Gotta click on the thing. And then, like, that's right. Right leg, left leg, submit. Wow. Okay. A packet of mortuary paperwork relates to the handling of the deceased. File up to the front. Okay, yep. It's a large item. I see that. It's a good thing there's these glowing footsteps on the ground. Yo the here. In German, die means the, so yo the here. Fair enough. Embalming
Time to
report.
embalm.
Time to embalm. Alright, no sussy wussy stuff, huh?
All right. I've set everything out so you can just go ahead and get started. I'll be monitoring.
Thank you.
Everything's on your list there if you need it.
I pressed spacebar, right? Okay, yeah. Wire jaw shut. I have to wire the jaw shut already, dude? I guess. Where's the eye caps? Used for holding eyelids shut? God damn. Setting needles, moisturizing wipes. Don't mind if I do. Might as well. Yoinky.
Can't hold anything else.
Oh, my hands are full. Oh, they're not. I got little 3 spots right there.
I can't hold anything else.
Is the game lying to me? The game's lying to me. I literally just picked something else. Maybe it's like a large item thing. Anywho, I need to moisturizing pad your face. Is it
I can't use that here.
setting the face? Oh god, what is this? What am I doing here? What? I did not read it. I did not read it. What am I doing here? Oh god. This is what Cell likes doing, I suppose.
There we go.
Wire. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Insert eye caps. Keep the eye shut. Alright, this is to make sure you don't ever open your eyes again. Thank you. Ah.
All right.
Game, it's fucking with me. It's fucking with me. Alright, so we need methanol, humectant, formaldehyde, glutaraldehyde.
I can't hold anything else.
What? What am I holding? Oh, drop that. Don't need that, I guess. How do I tab? I don't fully understand the controls yet, so sometimes it's
Can't
messing with
hold
me. Oh god.
Anything else?
Sometimes we get chemicals that haven't been stored properly, and it can make them pop like that. Just keep doing your thing. I'll get it.
I got stabbed or something. I'm actually on edge. It just started and I'm on edge. Fuck off. Boop. Boop. There we go. Make an incision with the scalpel. I need that yet. Boop. Artery forceps, PVC tubing.
I can't use that here.
I can't use that here. Press back, because I'm still not used to controls. So I'm pushing everything, kind of. Flex bag. IV bag, okay. What's this?
I can't hold anything else.
The moisturizing wipes go on the ground then. I need the IV bag right now. This game is easy. Easy. Huh, me scared of a game like this? It couldn't be me. That's for sure. You need to pump let it go. Am I doing good, boss? Am I doing a good job? She's bleeding. Jesus, that's loud. Yeah, it's very realistic. Very realistic. Ain't that right, boss? Cool beans. Alright, well, time to remove the shenanigans there. There we go. Nicely done. Good job, Baba. Baba-cha. Fill and empty, done that. With cavity fluid, then insert the trachea into the abdomen. I'm not used to the controls. Don't mind me. That's fine. Oh, yeah, right there. Oof. Get it in there. I'm not sure what cavity fluid actually does, but it does something.
There we go.
What's this for? Mix cleaners in bathroom closet to create the tank cleaner. Mr. Raymond, there's a creeper outside just staring outside the window. Pretty fucking weird. You got weirdos in the neighborhood. Yeah. Just some weirdos. Just some weirdos. Is the game feel smooth? Sometimes it feels a little jank for me, but I'm not sure if you guys see the jank or not. Like when I'm turning my camera. I think it's just the way the game's designed. It's time to get spooky. Yeah. Alright. There we go. That's some tank cleaning exercises. Cool beans. Moisturizer. There we go. Alright, lady. We got your name already. Are those eyes opening? I sure hope not. Any case, I gotta wipe your face down. There you go. Look at you. Looking.
Tell you what.
What?
Why don't you go ahead and head out? I'll take over from here.
Are you sure? I just got here.
Don't worry. You're doing great. I'll get the last of your paperwork sorted today and call you in for your first shift.
So I'm done?
Go ahead. It's fine. I'll give you a call when we get someone in.
It's all locked. Let me in. I've seen the secret before. I didn't like the bit where she melted. I'm not gonna lie, that wasn't a high point for me. Yeah, it's a pretty low point for me as well. I over moisturized my achievement unlocked. My first body. Oh, that can mean so many different things in so many different contexts. Wow.
It was just really weird.
So some stuff fell over. That's not a big deal.
No, I know. It wasn't even my fault, but he sent me home right after that. I'm just really worried. He was supposed to finalize my stuff today.
And he said he would, right?
How do Hitsu? Hitsu's scared. Hello, Tokyo Chicken, by the way.
That's a good thing.
Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, it just didn't feel like he meant it. Like he just said it to get me out of the building. Wait a sec, I have another call. Hello?
Hey, Rebecca. It's Raymond.
Oh, hi, Mr. Delver. Look, if I did anything wrong today, just...
No. I wanted to apologize.
Mr. Delver.
You've done a fantastic job.
I'm glad you're doing pretty well so far. I'm already on edge,
Actually why I'm
so...
calling. I know it's late, but we just got 3 new cadavers, and no one else can make it in right now. I was was hoping you could come in and take care of them.
Well, yeah. Are you sure? I mean, of course.
Excellent. You're doing me a huge favor. I took care of the rest of your onboarding. We're all set. And your new badge is in your personal belongings drawer in the back room.
That's great. Thank you. I'm on my way right now. I hope you feel better.
Thanks again. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Peace out.
Holy shit. That was him. He signed me on. He needs me to come in tonight.
See? I told you it was fine. Congratulations.
I haven't seen
Thanks.
your face.
I have to
but
go,
I know
like,
it's you.
right now. I'll talk to you later. Where are my keys?
Raymond is a zombie or a werewolf confirmed? Indeed. He just killed those 3 people and it's like, yeah, there's 3 new bodies out of nowhere. I don't know how that happened. It's just we got 3 new folks. Yeah, all the other people that were working, yeah, they can't come in for some reason. Can you come in? I'll see you tomorrow. What is that? What is that? Game theory. Raymond is called Ray for short. Like a mantra Ray? But also, thank you so much for the raid, Olsen. What were you doing? I can't see it. So everyone let me know what he was doing. Welcome. I'm scared shitless already. And the game hasn't even technically begun. And I'm already scared shitless. So that's cool.
Shades. Yeah, and this is the One Song radio station. We're gonna play with this the One Song radio station because we're gonna play the same song because it's all we have the budget for. I'm DJ Two Shades.
DJ Two Shades is actually fucking amazing. I love it. Finish big fuse bead project. Fuse bead project? You got photos and stuff, perhaps? That sounds kind of cool. Not the Sorny TV. Yeah, the Sorny TV. We got a book called Death and Decay. Pretty cool book. We got movies and methods. We got fashion design. We got be your own boss. We got ride the bike. We got weird print. Great stuff. We got a picture of grandma. Gotta love grandmas. Speaking of grandma, when I said happy birthday to my grandpa yesterday, I didn't want to eat anything, but my grandma came out and gave me like a big bowl of fucking noodles. And I was like, bro, I just ate. I can't eat this much. And she's like, no, you have to eat. You have to eat. Once you go to Norway, I won't make food anymore. You have to eat. And I was like, I can't argue that logic. So I was dying. I was dying yesterday. I have some weight on it so it doesn't bend. Okay, yeah, no worries. But that sounds really cool, though. I'd like to see how it turns out. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Let Yuki know that I hope she's doing well. I'm sorry that I missed her stream. But it is what it is. I tried. I'll open microwave. Yeah, why is the microwave... Like, imagine bending down to get the microwave constantly. We got some milk. We got toothpaste. I don't need to brush my teeth. Chips are all I need. I think that's it, right? Just keys? I got my keys. Yeah. 65 centimeters by 38 centimeters. Oh, that's pretty big, actually. What is it of? I guess I'll see when I see the photo. But is that microwave meant for a toddler? I mean, considering who I am, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going in the back entrance. Fuck. Okay, so I know it's a game and all, which is cool. Games are cool, right? We're inside this entire mortuary, the entirety of said game, right? Why do I see stuff like this? And I can interact with it. Interactable basement dwelling. How's he gonna marry Sophia? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Sophia could have come here, but I think it would just be easier if I went there. For us, anyways. We just need to send Hitsu with 4 checked bags of frozen stuffed crusted DiGiorno. That sounds very, very nice. Okay, fuck off.
Alright, guess I'll head to the back and get started.
Whoa, what the fuck? Vam Demon from Digimon. Oh, okay. I can't wait to see it. I actually can't. Why am I gasping?
Hi, Rebecca.
Mr. Delver, I need help. Someone's outside the mortuary.
Just try to stay calm. I know you're scared. I'll unlock the door in a moment.
What?
This is very sudden, but listen to me. We have to start right away. I'm sorry. I didn't know until it made itself known this morning that it was here, let alone bound to you. I had no way of knowing the possession had started.
What? Look, this isn't funny. Stop.
You need to take this seriously. You need to act quickly.
This is insane. I'll just leave. I'll just fucking leave.
You can't leave, Rebecca. I can't allow that for you or for others. It's far too dangerous.
What am I supposed to do then?
Most bodies I work with at night are fine, so we stay calm, okay? We embalm, file the paperwork, everything. Treat it like a normal day. Staying focused will help. I left some things for you on the desk. I'll call again when you get to the embalming room.
No, wait. Ugh. Damn it. What the fuck? This is insane.
Yeah, this is fucking insane.
Okay. This is so stupid. Just some hazing for the new girl or something. Just play along and do your job.
You came in at... Oh, I missed it completely. I missed it completely. Don't worry. Oh, sleep well, Olsen. I'm not sure if you still hear me, but sleep well. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Please send me a snap later when you can, if you're still hearing me. But you take care. I appreciate you. You're supposed to look at the... Out the front door you came in at? Okay, yeah, I completely missed that. Why are there Halloween decorations in the mortuary? Seems a little insensitive. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, why the fuck is this playing? There's an angry figure outside when you look out the door's window. Oh, no, keep the music and create an atmosphere. Oh, okay, well, it's on again. So. Creepy figure. Toko. Don't see it. Hence the gasp. Yeah, I see. Raymond, I know you said not to decorate for Halloween, but you need a little fun in your life. I did it anyway, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. Zoe. Okay. Fuck you, Zoe. Nothing sus here. Surely.
I can't use that here.
Are you sure about that? Oh, is that not notes? Like, that are supposed to go in there? Ooh. Oh, see if you can do Bloody Mary in the... how about no? How about no? Okay, there's nothing there. The hall key, the old key, and a tape recorder. Okay, cool. Cool beans. Is that a mug with a Punisher skull on it? Can I see it? No, not really. You know how badly I wanted to jump scare you when you went back to the door? That whoever did the fuck, I didn't see who did it. Whoever did the phasmophobia sound. Dickhead! That got me. Ah! Actually, no, you're my new friend. I need you. I need you. I'm gonna need you. That was really good. The great timing. Whoever did that.
That's not it.
I love it. There we go. All right. Come on, Jackie.
I'm quitting tomorrow. I mean, who does something like this?
That's what I'm saying. Who's a dickhead? All right, Jackie, you stay there. Wait, Jackie! Jackie, you're stuck! Jackie! Come here! There we go. You stay in the... Stay there.
All right, listen carefully.
Look, I'm sorry, but this entire thing is extremely unprofessional. If this is how you treat new hires, I don't think I can work for you. This isn't funny.
Rebecca, you don't have to believe me, but I hope you do before it's too late. The only way to save yourself is to banish the demon before you're too far gone. To do that, you will need to learn the demon's name, bind it to its chosen body, and burn it in the retort. Look, I know this is a lot to take in. I wish I could do more for you. I had years to learn what I know. You have hours. I've recorded a number of cassettes to instruct you in the hope that having a physical object with a known message will help you stay grounded. I won't be calling again. You can't trust the phones. Anything can be manipulated. Listen to the tapes. Learn the demon's name. Burn the correct body. The most important thing in the room is in that cabinet. Open it up. Good luck, Rebecca. I'm sorry this had to happen.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, even the tapes as well? The tapes, the videotapes, the cassettes, are those manipulated?
Body and get started. Yeah, screw all of whatever this is. I'm getting back to work.
Bottle of unknown liquid used to identify demonic tendency. Large item. These are the little runes or whatever. We got the Rue, we got the 9, we got the L's. Massive L, bro. We got the swirl, we got the Z, we got the backwards D. That kind of looks like a D. We got the... Okay. I don't know what these mean. Maybe it's the name? Demon name? Jackie, if you are haunted, tell me now. Tell me now, Jackie. Oh, you're too cute to be haunted. Come on, you can't be fucking haunted. You can't be fucking haunted. You better not be. Label. Ooh.
To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The 3 objects in this cabinet are your tools.
Objects?
First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark.
Okay.
Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name.
What are you doing, Step Ghost?
Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it.
Okay.
Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary.
I have to walk around the fucking mortuary.
Smolder and burn. You're close. When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They can be anywhere, so look on walls, under objects, inside furniture. Anywhere. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the night shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark. The steps are simple.
Okay.
Add the reagent to the embalming
Reagent to
mixture.
embalming mixture.
Uncover the sigils.
Uncover the sigils.
Build the mark and place it on the
Build a
body.
mark and place it on the body.
Then, when you're certain, burn it in the retort.
Then burn that motherfucking body. Okay. Okay. Seems easy enough, right? Let's listen to the first one, because we listened to that out of order.
The Night Shift Database.
Whatever.
A computer
Just
program
grab a
combining all my
body
findings
and
into
get
one
started.
reference point. The database contains all the information on the process of expulsion, the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names.
Okay.
If you ever forget what to do, replay these tapes or look it up in the database. The collection of demonic names is the most crucial piece to the puzzle. You will need this information. My ID card is in my personal belongings drawer. On the back is the passcode to access it. Use it.
How the hell is his personal belongings?
At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you,
Even now?
weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance.
You know what?
The further you
Screw
are
this.
from possession,
I'm calling the police.
the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its name.
I got an achievement for
and
that.
the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it. Just scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold. There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
What the fuck? The Books of Typhon. 6 Typhon walked among his... Is that how I say his name? Walked among his disciples, and he spoke. He who does not truly let the Lord into his heart shall be judged by his sin, and destined to serve those who truly believe, for all are assigned to the halls of hell. 7. Abandon God as he abandoned you. Bring Lucifer into your hearts, and revel in his glorious sin, for all are damned. There's no hope of God. All are marked for the houses of hells, as all are hopelessly lost. You have been left behind. Okay. Cool beans. And as he passed, one ran, looked upon Typhon. Onaran, maybe? With disgust, and said, I will not turn my eye from God. Satan has no dominion over the Lord's creation. And Typhon looked unto Onaran, and said, Pray as you wish, fall to your knees at this moment, and call to God. Perhaps today he will step down from the heavens, and all doubt shall vanish. Pray to nothing, and behold the truth. I will take from your God's creation the ashes of man, for it burns eternal and sinful fire. What the fuck is that about? Oh, there's more. Typhon held the charred remains of D-Rod. These names are kind of troll. Are these real names? And walked among his disciples, spreading his ash upon their flesh, setting the reeds in his hand ablaze. I have, like, no religious background, more or less. So I don't know if these are actual names or not. Setting the reeds in his hands ablaze, he said unto Onaran, See now that all are marked in glory of Satan. Onaran beheld a flash of light upon the skin of each disciple as Typhon passed, and from it he saw a mark burned deep into their flesh. 1 of 3 for the houses of hell, for we are all destined to serve his higher purpose. And Typhon extended the ashes of D-Rod to the hands of Onaran, and said, Bear the forgotten flesh upon your own ignited sin, and accept the true God. Holy fuck!
I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you.
That scared the shit out of me. Hello! Hello. How are you, Ray? Hey, welcome back, Robin. And hello, Danny. What's going on? Oh, God. How was Evil Dead? Not Evil Dead. Within the game that played number 2. How was number 2 of the game you were playing where, you know, Joe, Joanna, John, Johnny, how'd that go? Said he would shit his pants? Okay. Evil Within. Yeah, that's the game. Got it. Hey, Sage. Welcome back as well. Oh, fuck.
Button.
No one is quite sure why.
I'm on
Perhaps
edge.
he thought something
I'm on
peculiar would
edge.
happen.
Wow.
How
I'm
strange.
on edge, aren't I?
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Ooh. Welcome, stranger. Ooh, I'm kind of spooked. Fuck this game. It hasn't even begun yet. Also, hello, Alec. How was you killed the whole fam? Yeah. Yeah, I know. Are you enjoying the second game, though? Oh, thank you for the follow as well,
Quite sure
Alec
why,
Nix.
but perhaps he thought something peculiar
Should I
would
call
happen.
you Alec or should I call you
How
Nix?
strange.
And should I call you Sage or should I call
Anyways,
you Brit?
welcome, stranger.
Let me know.
Stanley pushed the follow
And
button.
hello, Danny. Do you
No
guys
one is
like
quite
this
sure
notification,
why,
by the way?
But perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
I literally
How
reached out to the
strange.
narrator of the game
Anyways,
to see if he
welcome,
could do this for me.
stranger.
And he did it for me. I'm so happy. I'm so happy he actually did it for me. That made me so happy. I did it like last year, and I just never actually used it. I'm glad it looks great. I was talking about the sound though. I love the game a lot, especially how I fixed my issue of keybinds. That's awesome. What was the issue for keybinds? Really? Yeah, I know. It was so nice actually that he was like, "Yeah, I'm done." I was gonna pay, because that's only the right thing to do, right? But he gave me like 3 or 4 lines of how he said it, and so fucking cool, so professional. Honestly, love that guy. But yeah, no, what happened with the game? Why were there keybind issues? But I'm glad you loved the game, though. I'm glad you loved the game. I was just reading some scriptures of apparently some satanic text or something. This is my friend Jackie. He's gonna guide me today so that I don't fucking cry myself to sleep. We love Jackie. Hey, Jackie boy. Alright. Well, fuck this game, you know? Well, I mean, do I need to carry one of these already? Might as well, right? Oh, shit. There's a sigil in here already? Dude, Mr. Delver's face is so fucking creepy. 1944. Wait, 1944. Is he actually from Germany? Is he unironically a Nazi?
I'm not quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange.
Well,
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Welcome, stranger. I'm not used to that notification yet, but welcome. Thank you so much for that follow as well. I appreciate that. It wasn't key issue. It was hound skill issues. Unlurk. Well, I don't know how to respond to that, but just welcome. I appreciate you. Thank you for following. And more importantly, I want to quickly thank you to all of you guys. I lurk a lot in Ray's stream. They know it a lot. They know it a lot that I actually lurk in the stream. But I want to. This is the moment. Let's step away from the game because I'm being a baby. I'm being a complete baby right now. Okay. Nothing has even happened yet. I'm being so scared. I want to say you guys as a community for Ray have been phenomenal. I remember when Ray was just starting streaming, and they were always super nervous and scared to stream, and it was wholesome. Over the year, I quit for a while. I quit for a long while, but it was always nice to see Ray stream. You guys are part of their community, and so I want to say thank you for being such great people. You guys always have such a fun vibe, wholesome vibe in the chat. You guys are awesome. You guys are actually awesome. So thank you guys for being great on the behalf of Ray, and thank you for coming in with like Ray's raids and all that. You guys are amazing. Claps for you guys. So, yeah. Also, thank you for the follow. I'm not sure if I said that, but thank you for the follow. I feel funny inside. Yeah, I do too. Must be the little spirits. Them spirits are around. Ooh, spooky. I'm getting possessed. You think this is scary? Just wait till I show you the thing in Phasma I mentioned last night. Oh god. Oh, do you want to play later, Tally? So far we have Sunny and Tally. We might have Damien. I remember, maybe. Don't remember. Maybe. I'm down. Okay. By being yourself. ya silly dork. What do you mean? No, I like you. That's why I said everything I said. Brit. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Shucks. I'm taking. I'm taking. If I kissed anyone, my boo would murder people. Boo. 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 I really need a key to the hatch outside. Cleaner's low, and you mentioned having some down there before. I know you don't trust anyone to go down there, but having a copy of the key would make things a lot easier for everyone, said Zoe. Is that what that is? Extra keys to the mortuary. Let's go. Don't need that yet. Bless. Wait. Oh, wait. I need this. Back of this. 4335. Remember that. Good luck with teaching. It's a painful job, but I hope it goes well for you. True. Jack is also really awesome. Jack hasn't streamed much in a while, but also a really good friend. If you guys want, you should check him out as well. I don't know when he's going to stream again, but please know that Jack is a sweetheart. Absolute dorky bean. My new work badge. Hey, it's me, Rebecca Owens. And also a note to me. Rebecca, Raymond asked me to take over restocking the rest of the supplies in the embalming room, but he's so secretive. I feel like I get different instructions every single day. Sorry if it's not what you're used to. Zoe. P.S. Could you stop asking him to... Or could you ask him to stop calling me Zoe? 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 Isn't Z-O-E still Zoe? No one calls me... What? Does he mean Zoe? Dorky Bean killed me. But I don't stream. You used to, though. Can confirm Jack is a pretty cool streamer. Yeah, Jack is. Jack is. He used to do a lot of Just Dancing streams, which are really funny. Large old key. An old key, not sure what that belongs to, but I guess I'll take it. Why not? You know? I see old key, I think, why not? What was the number? Anyone remember? 4335, right? Yeah. If I have better internet, I totally stream for funsies. For sure. I gotta head off sadly. I want to do some fast mode, but looks like I'm needed. Catch you later. Oh, no worries, Damien. You take care. You take care. Do I have anything that's like a goodbye? I need to remember how my stream deck works. This is for you, Damien. Why not? Why not? You know?
Just grab a body and get started.
Why not? I'm not even sure if I'm centered in the camera because I've been moving a lot because I'm scared. But we're back in the game now. Gotta keep going. We got Whitney Sandoval. We got Robbie Fire? How do you say that last name? And we got Leia Pollard. Pollard. I live to serve. Soft sounds. Was that a Hitsugi command? I need to bring back Hitsugi. Alright, Leia Pollard. Pollard. I'm gonna do... Oh, fuck, I put my water over here. Fry? Oh, so it's Fry. Thank you for the little... I need to use my stream deck. Oh! Ho ho ho! Lightning! Come on, mouse, work with me here. Oh! Oh! Wait! That's a thingy! That's a thingy! That's a thingy! I remember that... That's a thingy. How do I... Do I have to... Okay, hold up. Hold up. Massive L. Right? Right? Yeah, that's a massive... Or no, that's a backwards D. Backwards D that kind of looks like a D. Right? Backwards D that kind of looks like... We found one! We found one. Nice. Nice. Alright. There we go. Now it's straight, right? Wait, I'm not supposed to turn it around? Oh my god. Oh, shit. The game won't let me walk that way. I had to walk like this. Kinda crit.
Crummy old building.
Yeah.
Lock me in here. Scaring the shit
Yeah.
out of me.
Crummy old building. Fucking disgusting. Shitty ass building. So old. How dare he lock me in here? Raymond Delver. What a weird name anyways. Weird fucking name. Did I press... I forgot how to do this? Did I do that? Okay. And then I do it again, right? Yep. Then I drag you in. I drag... Go in. There we go. Alright. You guys ready? I too often take a massive L. Yeah. I feel that. Are her feet wiggling? She has wiggly feet. Do you see this, Jackie?
All right, let's check you out.
Hey, yo. Let's check you out. I'm sorry. The way the character said that. All right, Jackie. I need you to stand there, all right? There you go. Wait, did Jackie get a hole in it? Is there a hole in Jackie? Did I fuck Jackie up? I'm sorry. Whatever. Don't I need a clipboard? There we go. All right, let's see what we need.
Keep track of things.
Leia Pollard. Leia Pollard. She's got cold feet. She's just restless. Everybody hates Raymond. It's my favorite show. Honestly, it is my favorite show. That's how I live my life. All right, we see a little something on her face, but let's check her body. Oh God, what happened to her back? What is that? All right, we found some identifying marks. The way she turned just now was not cool. Not a fan of this. Jackie! Jackie! Oh God! Oh! I know damn well I can't go out though, because the doors are locked. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I remember that. Doors are locked.
Screw this. I'm getting back to work.
Achievement unlocked. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Yeah. I'm not. I'm just a ghost. No one can ever say that I'm afraid of ghosts because I got the achievement for it. Got the achievement out. I'm getting out here and gets back to work. Yeah. Oh, jeez. What happened to her other foot? I have to go to the other side. Is she the possessed body by any chance? How crazy would that be? You know? Oh, but actually, I need to go around finding stuff, don't I?
I already have one of those.
Okay. Put away. We put it away. I need to see if she's actually the one, right? So now we have that out. They're not gonna burn in here again, right? Okay, well. I just want to explore a little bit. They said check periodically in case anything happens. And to be honest, I don't know which one is which. But I don't, nothing, no burning yet. So cue to put away. Let's pull out the clipboard. We have 5 out of 6 marks. So we're missing something. I think it was on her head, was it not? Rotate this way for me, please.
There we go.
Thank you very much, Leia Pollard. Okay. I hate this motherfucking job. Fantastic. All right, let's enter the marks into the computer. Do. Also got a night shift code, which was 4335. What? Sorry, I'm busy working right now. Don't got time for you. Dickhead. Of course he disappears. What a dickhead. Leia Pollard, age 83. You have a contusion on your head. You got hemangioma and a mild abrasion on your right shoulder. You got a mole on your right leg. You got a rash on your left leg. And you got some contusions on your left arm. Beans. What was that? I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't want to know. Okay, so we got the code.
I need to file a copy up front.
Why was she so scared? Imagine being scared. What a baby. Couldn't be me. The database is a collection of all my findings related to the banishment of covetous demons, the history of the demonic, and the tools I have found through my research, years of travel, and piecing together, whatever relics remain have been compiled here. The navigation bar at the top right leads to the following subsections: history of the demonic, sigil of demonic names, the tools to combat demonic forces, and identifying demonic tendency. Path to banishment: embalm each body with the special regent from the cabinet. Use letting strips from the cabinet to attempt to reveal demonic sigils. Compare the found demonic sigils to the demon's name with the night shift database. Build the mark to match the demon's name. Pay attention to each body for demonic activity. Note that bring an already embalmed body back out to re-inspect for changes may be necessary. Fuck. Place the mark on the body believed to have demonic tendency. Burn that body in the retort before possession takes hold. Okay. Nice. New page. Wait, what was this one exactly? Damn, this is gonna be fucking... yeah, what a baby. Not me. I'm not scared of no baby game. Since I first experienced contact with demonic entities, I've just dedicated myself to researching everything I can to prevent their attempts at possession. My journey has taken all over the world in search of answers. Blah 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 blah. He's just find random shit. Okay, more important things. Let's get to the point. I might get possessed here, huh? I might get possessed here. Athenian, Athenian, I think, Athenian. I don't know. It's a long dead language recorded to the lost in the burning of the Library of Alexandria, one of the greatest tragedies of the world. Only a handful of religious scribes had knowledge of Athenian texts and its spoken language. After the fires, what little was known was recorded and hidden to keep safe, known as the ethereal language, is believed to be the tool of angels to communicate with man. Oh, that's kind of cool. Ethan reminds me of Athens, and Antahane, demonic Ethan. Satan's exile from heaven and his hatred of God drove the creation of the desecrated tongue, and da da ba ba. It was sort of da 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 da. Below all the translation I could find. Format Ethan da 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 ba. Some words do not have an Antahane equivalent, which is signified by not available. Okay, so there's Corpus. Oh God, I have to translate. I'm playing Duolingo. This is set, I think, in 1990s. Maybe. So that might be why it's Windows 3.1. That might be why I look. Oh, fuck. That scared me. I mean, at that time for a run. Oh shit! No worries. I did cardio today too. You enjoy your run. You enjoy your run. If you come back after your run, let us know how it went. But keep on exercising. That's awesome. Wait, what if you're actually a dead body? At the end, you have to burn yourself. I'll head for bed. Good night, yo. Good night, Ray. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you so much. You're such a dork. Take care. We love you, Ray. We love you. You let me not be scared for a little bit. Below are recordings that managed to capture of Antahane being spoken from the mouths of the deceased and their translations. Nice. Proceeding Kotrish Kue. Nice. Pray in my name. Haha. Hear the arrival of my house. Cool. Cool beans. Yeah, you take care. Enjoy that run. Good night, Ray. You sleep well. Ghost needs a little yeah. I'm trying to figure out the name stuff though. Tools of expulsion. The mark. Well, we already know how this works, right? Let's look at the letting parchment a little bit more. So demonic evocation can only be completed once a demon has inscribed the 4 sigils of its name into our world that are hidden from us and must be revealed. Letting parchment or letting strips are special pages of scripture marked with calling symbols and Athenian text that will cause the demonic sigils to burn into our world when near. To use the letting parchment, simply hold a strip up, and as the demonic sigils approach, the paper will begin to smolder and then burn, and it'll be in the area. Okay, that's we've done that. We've done that. That's cool. So it's nothing like too difficult. I'm thinking. Is there like a back? There's a back. I want to know if I can use this on every single body, or I have to use it specifically on the demonic body, because we have a lot. I just want to dump it to every single one, just in case. I don't know. The regent is the second part of the tools used to bind demon to its chosen vessel. It has a unique ability to react to the mark with the demon's name. Since it's unknown which body the demon occupies, it is important to add... It's important to add the regent to all the bodies being embalmed. This ensures that once the mark has been built, any of the bodies will be ready to receive it. The demon will do whatever it can to breed doubt, so it is unlikely, though not impossible, that any noticeable change will occur once the mark and regent are in place. The choice of body and demon must be certain before burning. Okay, so put the regent in everyone during the embalming process. That's the question I wanted answered. Okay, that's useful. That's useful. And the mark, I'm guessing, is just find the right symbols and put it. This is the demon's name. Is there any clues to it? Real quick, I don't see any specific clues, so I can't say I know. I think I'm going crazy. Sigils of the covetous demons. Immolation, what does this mean? We know we got the D on one of them, so it might be Sebos. Might be Sebos. Might be Enek. So these are names. These are names, actually. House of Immolation. We know we got the D. The fact that I say we know we got the D. So we got no one in the House of Invidious. Okay. I don't see no D in Nvidia's house. And it might be in the House of Desolation because we got the D. The backwards D looking D-shaped D. Who might be very kef. So we have 3 possibilities as to who the demon may be, and then we got to find out what the name actually is and which body it is. We got to find out all 3. Dave the demon. Oh no, it's the demon of Dave Chappelle. Covetous demon. I love Dark Souls 2. Hey, how's my evil twin sister? How are you doing? Long time no see. Let's do a quick little walk around again, just to see. Am I scared shitless? I am. I am. God, I look creepy. I'm supposed to sleep, but I checked Twitch when I went to bed, and here you are. Yeah. Hey, welcome. I'm scared. I'm actually so fucking scared. I'm so scared. What were you streaming today? If you were, I wasn't able to stop by. I fucking hate this game. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, right. I remember now. I need to go. I'm bringing Jackie along with me real quick. I need to go and grab the thingy. Oh, actually, I printed it out. I need to go grab it. I was just watching TV all day. Any good shows on TV? Have you seen Dark? by the way? It's on Netflix.
I can't hold anything else.
Right. You can't hold anything else. So,
I can't use that here.
can I drop it, though? I want to drop it. There we go. Grab that. You have a cameo in this game? Yeah, Jackie's in the game. I was watching your multiverse stream. Where do you get to play multiverse? Because I want to play, but I obviously can't because I don't know where it is and I don't have the game. Is it free? Where is it? Embalming report. That's where we go. All right, Jackie, come on. Let's go, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. Let's go, Jackie. Jackie boy. Jackie. You stay. You stay on the biohazard spot for me, okay? Can I rotate? I wish I could rotate. Oh, that's one way to do it. I'm being a baby. I'm stalling. I'm giga stalling. Okay, that you can go over there then. There you go. I watched Stargate. Ah. Yeah, can't you tell? It's Jackie. Jackie boy. The jack-o'-lantern. Or do you mean like a proper cameo? Is there something I don't know, Jack? How is Stargate? Is it the new one? Wire jaw shut with needle injection and setting needles. Insert eye caps to keep the eyes from moving. Okay, so I need to find stuff. This is a needle injector. This is the setting needles. Cool beans! Oh, this fucking game. Alright, let's close the door. It's operating time. We operate, doors are closed. Hello, Jacko boy! Let's go. Oh, fuck, I forgot about this. There's a new one. Turns out Jack is actually the demon. Jack, are you the demon? Is there something you're not telling me? No, it's fine. It's just, we're all memers here. Alright, let's put some things in your mouth. Let's sew your mouth up. Come on. Leia something. Yep.
There we go.
There we go. All good for you. Back. Let's check. Insert eye caps. Alright, Baba. I need you to open your eyes up for me. There we go. Let me put these in there for you. Now you should not be able to open your eyes. You know what I mean? Perfect. I need to mix embalming fluid. So I need a glutaraldehyde, glutaraldehyde, methanol. How do you say the first one? Formaldehyde, methanol, humectant, and some reagent. My pronunciation's insane. Alright, let's put some of that baleful reagent in there. This is some formaldehyde. Fantastic. I'm talking to myself because I'm actually very fucking terrified. But that's besides the point. You wouldn't care about that, right? Whatever your name is. Forgot your name already. That's not good. This looks useful. Humectant. Humectant. There we go. Dump that in there. And maybe you're next. That's bleaching agent. No. We already used that one. Glutaraldehyde. That's not what I use. Where is the last one, actually? You're the demon teacher. How has teaching been? There it is. Found it. Cool beans. All right, we put that in there. Cool. That's in there. Make an incision in the carotid artery. Let's go. Let's make a little cut there. And then put some of those in there. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Cool beans. I need some sort of wire. Right. Oh, is it this? I think it's this. And there we go. Excuse me. I'm fucking working. Dickhead.
Can't hold anything else.
Actual dickhead. Well, I guess that's not cool. Fuck off. I'm just gonna drain the body. Can't drain the body. Fuck. Okay, I have to see what's going on. What's up? Me? What's up? Me? Think there's by any chance new sigil anywhere? What do you think, Jackie? Does that imply new sigil? Like, do things happen when there's new sigils? God, every single time I enter this room and the music plays, it's kind of really creepy. I don't see any new sigils. Fuck this game, man! Fuck. Sorry. Okay, moving on, I guess. Drain the body. The timing! Actual timing of that scared the living shit out of me. God damn. All right, take that off. Sew you up. Back 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 up. Fill an empty. And we already got one, so let's stick it in. Oh, I can breathe. I can breathe now. Here to do my job. I'm working minimum wage, getting paid, what is it, 1990s, getting paid $8 an hour.
There we go.
Garbage job. I think I had this already here, right? Yeah. Cool beans. Cool beans. What does it say? I need to mix the tank cleaner. Oh, fuck. These parts are pretty heckin' gross. Make my stomach turn? Yeah, it makes her stomach turn too. Honestly. I guess when I walk around, I should have this strip out, right? Just in case. Actually, where? Okay, it's definitely on this side. In the restroom? Oh, you're on the door. Looks like an M, right? That might be an M. You think so? Haunted Halloween decorations, right? Fucking spooky. Okay, now I got tank cleaner. Okay, it looks like M, kind of. A little Rue M. Sideways 3, yeah. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. That's another symbol. So, let's add a side. This one. It's this one. Put that there. Back. Let's check the names. Could be Verikef. Could be Verikef. Let's check the other house real quick. Immolation, right? D. Can't be Balmeth. Can it be... Where's the other D? It's either Sebos or Verikef. Oh, no, no, no. There's another one here. There's a neck as well. So it's either a neck, Sebos, or Verikef. Oop, I just burped. My bad. My bad. Okay, I need moisturizer as well. Cool beans. Cool beans. Where is that moisturizer? Moisturizer. Moisturize me. Moisturize me. I can't moisturize your face right now. So I'm gonna go grab a lighting strip. And keep that in my hand, I guess. Because who knows? Alright. Just cleaning your face, you know, just being friendly.
Right.
Flying solo. Achievement unlocked. Let's fucking go. You might be the demon. But you better not be. You better not be. Oh, you are jiggling. And I mean in the nicest way possible. Okay. That's one body down. We did one. We actually did one. I thought I would not be able to do one in the actual game, but we did do one. That makes me kind of happy. I'm actually kind of happy with that progress. That made me feel good. I think of the trash tonight. You could just not. You could just not. All right. Next one. Robbie Fry, I believe someone said earlier. It's pronounced Fry. French fry. Okay. Is this a motherfucking clown? Oh my god, dude. I just saw your hands actually move. Oh, fuck you. Alright. So this Fry guy's kind of fried. He's out of his mind. That's cool. That's cool. Fuck clowns. I personally wouldn't fuck him. Dorks. Okay. Okay. Do I have a new clipboard? I do. Robbie Fry. 27. Let's look for identifying marks. Rotate, I guess, your body for me. There we go. There's something there. There's something there. Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure who decided clowns were funny, but I can tell you what. They were definitely a clown. Because clowns are not funny. They're an actual menace to society. Oh, your hands are so dirty, my friend. Clown's just dirty. Ooh, you got a little mark there. Oh, you only got 3. Yeah, it's 3. I'm not a clown enjoyer. Neither am I. I might play this part like this. I think I'm going crazy. When I open night shift, does it open from there? Perfect. Record system. Entry number 2. Robbie Fry. Mr. Fry, welcome on in. You are now dead. Hope life in the afterlife is pretty chill. Where's Jackie? Jackie? Jackie! Oh, God, Jackie, don't scare me like that. Oh. Well, I guess we know the Joker's real name now. Robbie Fry. Ah. Oh, welcome to hell, Robbie Fry. I can sprint. I forgot about that. Ooh. Can't I scribble? What? I scribbled but didn't do anything. Also want to grab another one of these. Might as well get it mixed now.
I can't use that here.
I literally can use that here.
I can't use that here.
This is literally where I use it. Okay. These old buildings, what? They're great, aren't they? They're absolutely great. I love old buildings. Old buildings are great. All right, let's see what we need to do. We need to wire your jaw shut. We're gonna make sure you never smile again. Yeah, fucking creep. Gosh darn clowns. That's not disgusting. Oh, I love me clowns. Clowns are great. There we go. Let's make sure you never smile again. Thank you very much. Cool beans. Eye caps. There were eye caps on the bottom drawer earlier. So let's go ahead and grab that. There we go. Open those eyelids for me wide. Let me put those in there. And now, hopefully, you never open your eyes ever again. This game is mildly disturbing. It's mildly is putting it quite nicely, I would say. Okay, we need some regant.
I can't hold anything else.
Can't hold anything else. My bad.
I can't use that here.
I know I can't for some reason. So let's drop that on the ground. There we go. Hey, if you don't mind me, need some of that. I'm also gonna bring out the lighting strip just cause we never really know. Close the door because it's operating hours soon. Yeah, they're just so creepy. Did no one think to remove the clown makeup? Please God, let funeral be like there's no way. There's no way. Oh God. Is that his pubic hair or is that his skin? The fuck? Not that I'm curious. It's just interesting, I guess. Alright, let's work fast. Let's work fast. Let's work fast. Speed run, speed run, speed run tactics. Zoom. Zoom. I need glitter the hide. Zoom. I need Ivy bag. Zoom. I need. That's what I need. A fucking unwanted guest. Ya dickhead. Hey. Hey. That just made me actually sweat. I'm sweating in this game. That's fan-fucking-tastic. Let's get you in there. Cool beans. Cool beans. Let's open this bad boy and get me some wires. I can't hold anything else.
I can't use that here.
I can't use that here. Oh.
I can't hold anything else.
What? Did I not just drop you? Oh, I didn't drop you. Go ahead and drop you real quick. There we go. That.
I can't use that here.
Oh, let me get closer. How do I leave? Oh, back. Alright. We engage the pump now, right? The clown is bricked up. I will not explain. I should have known. I say after you finish your body, you should check the bodies you already embalmed so that we can check for any new marks on them. Oh, true. We could do that. We could do that. We could actually do that. That's a good idea. Maybe there's like a little sigil on there. Let me go turn that off. There we go. You doing okay, Robbie Fry? Your eye's not opening up, right? Your body was shaking earlier, but hopefully that's the extent of that, right? Not gonna do any weird shit, right? I need a choke here.
I already have one of those.
Oh, I do? Perfect. Well, let me open up your belly real quick, stab this in there, and get some cavity fluid. The pump just sounds wrong. Yeah. What is it? Great. Where am I now? Where am I now? Don't know what that is. Losing my sanity, losing my sanity. Going crazy. Demons are possessing me. How does an average person fight against a demon anyways?
Vladimir Raven Delver. If I am to disappear, know that it was not a week to die, Rebecca. I should be killed on sight. This sounds terrible. Means in the realm we begin ahead, it can be marked with its name and word. This should banish the demon. Under veil was a minute on our great purpose.
Okay.
What are you doing here?
Wait, what the fuck am I doing here?
I can't hold anything else.
Can I drop the clipboard here? Can I actually drop this away?
I can't use that here.
Can't.
I can't use that.
Okay. I don't know who was speaking to me just now, but they were. Oh. Where's the clipboard? Wait. Wait. Where's the fucking clipboard? That light is too dark. I can't see. If you guys see the clipboard by any chance on your screen, let me know, because I don't see it. Let me drop the cleaner base here. In the doorway instead. So it's not as. There we go. There we go. You best start scribbling, my boy. You're right. Question. Where? Pull out the lighting strip. Here we go. A spiral? Is that a spiral, boy? Spiral! It's this one. Okay, back. Fuck you. We're making progress. Okay. Night shift. So it might be Cerbos, it might be Anak, right? But now we have a spiral. It can still be Cerbos or Anak. What about Desolation? Verakeef. It can still be these three. Okay, so we need a Rue or a Say. I'm using Nihongo right now, sorry. Or a 9. Rue say 9. Rue say 9. Rue say 9. Cool. I might as well go grab another one. I guess it wouldn't be that easy. I did pick up a notepad, but I don't see it. I don't have it. Right? Anywho, fill an empty reservoir bag with the thingy-mabob. Close this because we're operating. Thank you very much. Let's go. Don't know if there's anything. I heard a sound there. Don't really care to check it. There we go. Just keep jamming it in there. See what I can find.
There we go.
See what I can find. That doesn't sound right. Oh, the lights turned off in there. That's not cool. Okay. Cleaners in the bathroom. So can I only do the cleaners after I get everything done? Oh, I can just press Q whenever I want. Cool. I don't have to open my tab, I just press Q. I am a gamer. Okay, now it works. I'm so scared. I'm actually so scared. Robbie Fry. Rawr. This one had hands moving earlier and had some movement, but it's kind of stopped since then. So I don't know. Moisturizer. Let's get some moisturizer. There we go. Rawr. I fucking love that one. All right, let's get that makeup off your face. Oh, it's tattooed on? Ha! You're an idiot. Cool beans. Boop. All right, we're going through the dark. You and I can't see anything because it's absolutely dark in this damn hallway. Cool. Not terrifying at all. Spin, 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 spin. Fuck you, Sunny. That's not what I meant to do. Well, that's whatever. Let's go ahead and, oh, sorry. Sorry. There we go. Press E there. Alright, Robbie Fry. I don't know if there's anything on you, but Tokyo had a good idea earlier where I check the body of Leia Pollard again real quick. I don't see anything. She still looks saggy and jiggly. Just a wee bit further. I forgot her name already. All right, Whitney, let's go. I think that's what I saw. Whitney. All right. If it's not the clown, then it's over. Because I'm gonna say it's the clown so far. Walking into the darkness, because I don't see shit. Because you know me. Hey, Jackie. You can always count on Jackie to be useful. I love you, Jackie. Jackie's great. Alright. Doors closed. Operating time. More or less, right? We got Whitney Sandoval. 36 years old. Alright, buddy. Let's see what happened to you. Oh, you got something. This would be like scars, though. They look a bit worse than scars, I guess. Some scratch marks there. Rotate those hands. Nothing. Let's look at your nipples real quick.
It's punishment time!
Well, when I say nipples, I guess that's what that means. Oh, there's something on his other feet. Okay. Ooh, I see something. Rotate that real quick. Nothing. How many do we got? 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4.
There we go.
Cool. Cool. Oh, shit. Excuse me. It's punishment time! That's from Danganronpa. Anyone remember that? I used to play that a lot. I still need to play the last game. But I haven't yet. Mild abrasion on the right leg and a mole on the left arm. Alright, submit that real quick. Cool beans. Now I got my strip. Now, I think it's probably the clown. Clown's pretty fucking suspicious, you know? Bomb. There we go. Back to operating on this fine Halloween day. Do you really think it was the glitch? Nissan Doval? Well, that's not normal. Robert Fry? Huh? Huh? Was that you? Fucking Sonny. God damn it, Sonny. God damn it. Hey, Jackie boy, you would never you would never let me down, would you? Oh, that got me. Ah, you're such a dork. Oh my god. Alright, let's jam this guy's teeth in real quick. Boom. Bop. Bop. Bang. Bada bing. Bada boom.
There we go.
There we go. Back. Eye caps. Eye caps. Eye caps. Okay, let's see your face. Open those eyes nice and wide. Let me put those in there and close them down. Fantastic. Cool beans. Cool beans. Mix some embalming fluid in the pump. I need some more regant for our friend. What's this guy's name? I actually forgot his name. Whitney Sendevil. 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 Cool. Cool. I am still talking to myself. I talk more to myself, I realize, when I play horror games than I do when I play like Dark Souls, because it actually terrifies me to stay quiet. I get scared of staying quiet. What a neat little realization there. Did I grab it? Okay. I need artery forceps. There, thank you. Gotta get a new one because that's important. Get a new scalpel as well. And then what else do I need? Some PVC piping. Cool beans. Jam, stab, open. God, I feel like a pro. Cell's job is easy. I could do this. I could totally do this. Easiest job on the block. In my honest and humble opinion. Hey, Sierra! What's going on? Good morning to you. I like, testing these things from afar, you know? Let me just open the strip. You never know when. The stripper. Am I losing my sanity? Nah. We're good. We're good. Turn off pump, remove the tubes, and close that incision. Let's go. Take these out. Oops, sorry. How do I take this out? What? I did turn it off, right? What? Bitch. Please. Can't see you if you can't see me. Can I call 911? Alright, if we crouch cancel, crouch spam, she might not be able to hit us. I'm going in. Going in. Ah! Baby! What the baby? Baby gamer! Baby gamer! She thinks she's so scary. You're right, you are scary. Check the bodies? That's a good idea. Let's check the bodies again. Let's check the bodies again. Is it really a good idea? Probably not. Aha! There you go. Robbie Fry. Can't say I really see anything. Leia Pollard. I wonder if I have to like bring them out on the gurney to like take a look-see. Are your eyes open? No, they're not. And your boobs are still saggy. So we know they're not filled with demonic possession yet. Good for now. There we go. Sew that up for you. Whitney Whitney something. Forgot his name again. I keep forgetting this dude's name. Demonic entities. Entities! Oh my god! That's funny. I'm out of water. I thought I was fuller than that. Jam it in there. Jam it in there.
There we go.
There we go. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Let's clean this in the bathroom closet, so I need to go grab the cleaner in the bathroom closet. Do I have anything in my inventory? Nope, I do not. Let's go. I ever tell you guys I have this strange fear of hallways? Long, narrow hallways. I ever tell you guys that?
Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday you said tomorrow. So just do it. Make your dream come true. Nothing is impossible. Just
Let's
do it.
fucking go. Pussies. Fuck off. Fuck off. Wait, is this door actually useful? It's not gonna be like the code or anything, right? Wait. Okay. Just want to make sure. If you can't see it, it can't see you. Oh, I definitely don't believe that. Get tubing by bed, get needle from bathroom, find lighter, get spoon from coffee table, and find full baggie on kitchen's counter. Okay. Tubing. This sounds like I'm about to inject myself with some drugs. That's what this sounds like, to be honest with you. Yeah, tell me how to do meth. that actually what it wants though? Does it want me to do that? Like actually? I think it actually wants me to do that. Get needle from the bathroom. Supposed to go in order? Tubing by the bed? This bed or the other bed? Tubing. Okay, I am supposed to go in order. Get needle from the bathroom. Oh god, man. Find a lighter. I'm assuming the lighter's over there, or maybe it's closer to the bed, actually. Let's see. What is it supposed to represent? What's the point of this? Oh, there it is. Cool bean. You guys hear sounds? Get spoon from the coffee table. What's this? I don't know if it's the protagonist's past. Find full baggie on kitchen's counter. Kinda sad. Hello, demon. I can make it, bitch! You can't save me!
Get away!
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Like, I just wouldn't go back in that place. I don't want to either. This reminds me that kids at work keep asking the chemistry teacher if they know how to make crystal meth. Really? You're like the only second person I saw who actually tried to run? Why the fuck would you not? Like, I see that shit, I'm dip. You know? What in the ring was that? That's what I'm saying. Hello, Sailor Luna 20. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Are you new? Did you just click here? Did you come from a raid earlier? Welcome. What the fuck? But like, no, literally, it's running. I see it coming out the damn bathtub. What am I gonna do? Just stand there? I know there's a hallway I can run down, so just run down that hallway. It caught my ass. So it's my fault that I'm not an Olympic athlete. But what can I do, I guess? I'm gonna walk around the house. Walk around the outside of this area. Maybe, like, for some reason, it spawns on the outside. This sounds like a terrible fucking idea to me, personally. But, like, maybe it works. You know? Alright, he's just chilling. He's chilling still. I like the mortuary, but y'all can call me Luna. Well, welcome to the stream, Luna. Thank you for coming by and stopping by and hanging out. Cool beans. Close the door again. We do have a tank cleaner. Okay. So here's the catch. If I don't find this last symbol, I'm pretty fucked. I also don't know who the person is that could be possessed. Brother! He's not my brother. But please, close the door. Saw that? This? I hope not. I saw it. I just visibly jumped at that. What the fuck? Yeah, I visibly just wanted to cry myself to sleep just now. Alright, be brave. Be brave. Hitsuga, be brave. It's just a little dark room in here, that's all. That's all. No big deal, right? Nine?
The door's open.
Well, guess what, bitch? We know it's a 9. And if it's a 9, it's Anik. You are Anik. So swirl, D on the right, 9 on the bottom, and 3 on the left. Wait, what? How do I, can I, what? How do I, what? 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 Did I do that right? Swirl D9 3. Swirl D9 3. Swirl D9 3. Take that shit with me, please. Apply moisturizer to your face real quick, buddy, and then we'll get you out of here. All right?
Can't hold anything else.
Sorry, I got the moisturizing wipes now. Fucking dickhead. What do I have to do now? Fucking dickhead. Fucking dickhead. I trusted you! Alright, I'm running straight. I'm just running in. I know it's you, Robbie Fry. God has left you? Well, that's not good. Ah, dickhead. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! What? I hate this game. Wipe, 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 wipe.
Right.
Cool bean. Alright. I'm pretty sure it's Robbie Fry, so I'm about to burn this eye. Burn this guy. Burn this guy. I mean, if it spawns on it, I'm hoping it's Robbie Fry. I never liked Robbie Fry. Really hoping it's him. No, come on. I have to go on this side. There we go. Fuck this game, dude! I hate this game. Gotta push you in somehow. There we go. Can I close you now? No. I'm pretty sure it's Robbie Fry. I have the mark, right? I just put the mark on him and I burn him? Right? We got the name, I think. It's an Anik. Of course it's a damn clown, right? Fucking if it's not the clown, I'm gonna look like a clown. You know what I mean? Dickhead. Yeah, you're a dickhead. Mr. Fry. French fry.
I can't use that here.
Alright. Let's spin this bad boy around. How does this work? How do I do this? Am I supposed to do something here?
It's punishment time!
Oh, God! No! Oh, fuck! Let me out! Dickheads. Dickheads! No, no, don't tell me I fucked up. No, no, no. Yeah, ayo? Looks like it was the clown after all. Did I do it? Did I fucking do it?
There you are. Good.
Did I fucking do it?
Is it over?
It's never over. But you survived.
What do you mean? Can I leave? I
No
wanna go
shot.
home.
You can leave. But once an entity finds you, all the houses of hell will do anything to get back to you. I'm sorry, but it doesn't end here.
Raymond, what did you drag me into?
Now on, there is always a chance this will happen again, no matter where you are.
I don't want this. I just want to leave. What do I do?
I'm sorry, but there's no going back. I've spent years learning everything I can to keep these entities at bay. It's the only thing we can do.
So you're telling me that no matter what I do, my life is fucked?
Selfless holy war.
It's not a war. It's survival. And I'd hardly call it selfless.
It sounds pretty selfish.
We're caught at the front line of something larger. But I don't do this for some greater good. We either face it or fall to it. I wish I could claim to be someone better.
I guess that makes sense.
Suffering hell to save us all. But I simply want to live another day, just like everyone else.
That's
When
a
I
pretty
first experienced
okay. That's pretty logical, actually. I understand that.
I could run and spend the rest of my days in fear, or I could learn to face it and keep some semblance of a normal life.
Normal. Right.
Oh God.
It's not a life I would want for anyone, but choosing between a life of fear or control. You're the
I think
first
I pulled something, freaking out. I think I pulled a muscle, freaking out.
So I'm offering you a different kind of job.
What the hell?
Work the night shift. Learn what I know. Give yourself a chance at a life beyond fear. I don't know what you experienced, but I know it uses the worst parts of you against yourself. The more you experience, the more you'll confront the darkest parts of your life. But through it, you'll become unbreakable.
That's cap.
I'm offering the tools to take control. The choice.
I'm still scared shitless.
I hope you come back.
Ending 1 of 5. I was right. I was right. Was that a good ending? There's different endings, so that was one of the endings, I guess. Did I get the good ending? Or is there other ending? Well, we never went into the basement. That can't be the true ending, right? Oh. Let's get another one. Go get possessed. If after playing this game you experience abnormal happenings around your home or have sudden changes in the behavior of yourself or loved ones, reach out immediately to your local church and paranormal investigators. Oh my god. I got a good ending. You got good. Oh, got one of the. I mean, let's be honest. Robert Fry. Kind of creepy. And I'm curious about, because I had this. Here. I want to play Phasmo now, if whoever wants to play Phasmo. I want to play Phasmo with you guys, because I'm scared shitless. But I'm going to close this here real quick. Switch to just chatting. We can play more of this later. I'm not sure. Are there other good endings? Is there more to the game? Is there like true endings? That was pretty short. But it seems like there's more to the game. Right? Sailor or Luna, sorry. You wanted to be called Luna. You played the game. Do you know there's more? Like what kind of stuff there is? Because it said start shift 2. I'm not sure what that implies exactly, but it did say start shift 2. And I'm scared. But oh god, sleep well, Jack. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed your spooky times. I didn't, but I hope you did. Love you. You take care, you rest well, and have a fantastic night. But if that is proper ending, we got one of the proper endings. Let me think about how the game felt. As a game, it went by pretty quickly, but again, there's different endings, so I'm not entirely sure if that's how it is or not. but gameplay wise, God, it just puts you on edge, doesn't it? It puts you on edge. BRB, for a bit, we'll be back for Phasmo at some point. Sounds good. Because I might be switching to Phasmo here in a bit, because that spooked me quite a bit. But, what else in the game? The game as a whole, I like that there's these different tasks. You're doing something that I can never imagine myself doing. We actually know someone in the community that is working to be a mortician. So that's the meaning of the title. It's kind of a joke. But it's an interesting game, I think. And overall, I did enjoy it. I did get scared. The underlying lore, I can't seem to fully grasp. It seems like the demon was trying to possess me and turn me, trying to take my life, trying to make me kill myself or something. I'm not entirely sure what that was about. But I had a little moment during the drug incident where she was trying to take the drug and, you know, or whatever. And I suspected something from Robert Fry. Keep forgetting his name. Robert Fry, the little clown guy. His teeth were very darkened. And what's typical, especially in an environment like that, is folks who have like really like gritty, grimy teeth. The other two folks didn't really have it. So I'm wondering if it's like it was his backstory. So do we get like different backstories for different demons or bodies that are being possessed? So that's kind of interesting, but I really don't know. Mod for Doom Eternal went with the way he'd be fighting them demons. What can I say? Doom guy based on me. Based on me. Zero death, baby. That's what I do. Don't wait for me, but I'll play if there's a spot available. Sounds good. That sounds really good. Well, there might easily be a spot for you. We'll see. But will you play this game again for more endings or not? Will I? Probably. I feel like I should, but the thing is, I don't know how these endings work. Like, do they change the story in any way, or is it like the exact same story? We start the exact same way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm hoping anyone can explain that part to me. Like, I know there's different endings. That part is obvious, but like, what changes? I guess. Because that's the only thing I know. I don't know for sure. And I was hoping Luna would know, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it seems like there's a continuation, right? That's what I was thinking. It seems like there's a continuation. But I'm not 100% sure on that. Because it might just be a little creative way of saying continue, NG+2 or NG+1. Type of ordeal, which would be smart, but I don't really know. What the fuck? I want to show you guys something. My Discord's being fucking possessed. Holy shit, my Discord's being fucking possessed. This is my channel. This is the people inside said channel. The game had a warning that if anything spooky or weird starts happening, no shot. No shot, dude. What the fuck? There's more to see and explore in Mortuary Assistant. Hitsu. This isn't. Control restart. Better call that priest. Our mascot, Wumpus, was originally created as a character with no friends. Okay. I fixed it. We fixed it. Just a little momentary glitch in the matrix. That's all. Just a little momentary glitch in the matrix. Perfectly logical. Perfectly fine. What do you call that priest? I really hope not. Oh, that'd be really creepy if I got possessed. I can definitely say there's more to see and explore and more to... So that's what I thought. But we'll play more. We'll play more. Sunny was kind enough to gift the game to us, so I feel like we can definitely do more runs of it. Will I be scared still? Probably. I'm gonna get jumped every single time I play it. I feel like it's just gonna be a proper jump scare every single time I play it. Did I enjoy it though? Yeah, honestly, that was pretty fun. I have to say, it was really, really fun. I don't know, like it was just spooky, straight up scary. But that's what made it awesome, you know? Like it was very jarring in the right ways, the way we were taking care of the body. I like that we're actually still taking care of the body, you know? Like it's not like we're doing a proper job. We're still taking care of the body. There's a demon to find. We got to find the demon to survive. But we're still paying proper respect to the demon or the bodies and taking care of them. I like that component. I don't know how realistic any of that shit was. I would need Cell to like give me any clue, but Cell's always been busy. Cell's working all the time now at a mortuary, which is kind of cool. But really cool vibes, honestly. Spooky though, very spooky. I'm glad we beat the game. First tried it, 0 death. Now it's to find, if I die, it's intentional to find different endings. You know, it's me exploring the game. I'm not trying to die. I'm trying to just see what else is going on in the world. You know, when you start draining the blood, because that's, yeah, like it's actually loud. But it was, I don't know what to do about that, because that's the only thing that's like really loud in the game. But it makes sense that it's loud in the game, because in real life, equipment like that, I'm guessing, would also be really loud. But what do I know? I never worked in a mortuary. I'm not a mortician. I'm not even a mortician's assistant. But yeah, I still think Mr. Delver, or whatever, 1944, that's a very specific year to choose, right? Isn't it? 1944, the year before Nazi Germany fell. He looks hella German. I'm wondering if there's any like underlying subtle undertones there, World War II undertones there that's being thrown in. Yeah, I'm so curious. Because that's when he started the business, I think, right? 1944 or something. Or I don't know. Was that his birth date? That might have been his birth date. I don't remember exactly how that shit played out. I don't even know how old he actually is. You just ran so motherfucking fast through my driveway, or through your driveway rather. Because if it was my driveway, I would call the cops. Because it's super dark and was spooked. Dark. I'm sorry it was spooky. Oh, fuck! We could have managed a prediction. Will Hitsu get the right demon? Found out that Tally, you can also do that, can't you? You can do the little thingamabob. Oh fuck. Okay, I'm gonna add a marker here because I want to go back and clip the Discord thing. That was kind of trippy. But I'm gonna take a real quick break and then I'm gonna switch to Phasmo, I think. Because I'm scared already. I'm scared, but I just need a quick little break. I gotta walk around. I need you guys to remind me with this as well. Proper posture always helps, but also like every once in a while, just take a quick little break to stand up, walk around for a little bit, just for my own health, and hopefully you guys partake in that as well. And we take care of each other. Yeah, I am not sure I'd be able to play more Tourist Assistant at this time. Maybe we can do it tomorrow. Cause I'm pretty sure I can stream tomorrow. I don't think there's anything I'm doing tomorrow. But yeah, I need to get water. I chugged that shit. So I need more. I need to use the restroom, and then I'm gonna eat me some crunch, cause I deserve something to treat myself for making it through that shit. Anywho, I'll be right back. You guys take care. Be safe. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. I need to run ads when I take breaks, because Twitch is Twitch. But I'll be right back. All right, let's see where we spawn. I don't run an ad. There we go. I love you guys. That fucking clip is so stupid.
My gameplay is really bad right now.
Crunch bar, it's insane. It is.
I don't know, I usually don't play this badly.
Right, but I'll be right back. I love you guys.
Maybe it's like less focused. Even then, these ranks are pretty low to play.
Holy fuck.
Should be couldn't shoot because his body was blocking. That shot. I think I'm legit like lagging or something.
I got 4K.
Oh.
You're just a lame boy. What does that make? What does that mean? If you use your friends, does that mean we're also just friends with a lame boy? Oh, damn. You're right. I don't need no ads. You're right. Woo!
Why'd you let go?
Did anyone hear those soap sounds just now? Laboratory, admin, laboratory, storage. Yes. Don't you dare! Don't you dare, hound! Dima! It's Nima and Cat!
It was
just like TT, ooh, just like TT, ooh. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da! Nandi! Meow! Ike! He's in second phase again.
That is your fault for
because
camping.
No one will come here and get me because you're camping.
He's in second phase again.
Yes, because you're camping. Well, you're not camping, but you're one-tapping.
She wasn't fully healed. Oh, that was adorable. That was actually adorable. I was just staring at you.
What? Oh, I died. No, I didn't. I never die. Haha. Gotcha, bitch. Oh, I died. No. Oh, shit.
Oh, that's a fucking Kraber. What the fuck? Got him. What? Whoa!
Survive this, I'll show you my special attack.
Why are you doing this to me? Calm down! Calm down! Calm down! Is it over? Is it over? Did I do it?
Channel. How rude. How dare you assume that? If you want to see a titty stream, come meet me at Chatterbait during Friday nights at 10 p.m. Central. What? What? We'll be here for a while. And right now it's time for Sophia to come in.
This clip.
Is she not adorable?
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
We can watch a movie night. We can watch a horror movie tonight if you guys want. I'm gonna try to stay up for that. We can totally watch a. The tep. Hello. Is your channel family friendly? No. I don't see shit.
Oh, I forgot to turn that off. I didn't turn that off yet. Considering we just saw Sophia being super adorable, I'm okay with that. Alright, I'm back and I'm ready for some ghost hunting. Hey, let's go. I'm back as well. I haven't ran like that in a long time, so thankfully I've been getting into slightly better shape. I'm slightly getting into better shape. I just, like, I think I am. I feel self-conscious still about how my body looks. Especially when I do this. But, I've noticed, though, that even though I haven't been going down in weight when I've been working out, I think it might just be a mental thing. But I think I might have started slimming down recently. So, but if not, I don't know. I'm not sure. I think so. Someone said that the Twitch bot or whatever back then doesn't exist anymore, right? Does anyone remember what Streamlabs bot was? It Streamlabs bot? It's some sort of chat bot, right? Oh, I don't have it anymore. I'll have to update it though. What does that sound? What is the sound that underdog would? I have the clip actually. I have it saved on my stream deck. You guys ready for this? Desktop. Push one button. Yeah, it opened it on this tab instead. But there you go.
I want a dog.
How do I copy the clipboard? There we go. Nowadays, Streamlabs is a more powerful bot in terms of more complex commands you can make. But I that is fine. But the one thing I care about is I don't want Hitsuga to be a bot. I want Hitsugi to be the bot, if that makes sense. Because Hitsugi, it's its own fully fledged AI that works in our stream. And they've been AFK for a while, so I'm not sure where Hitsugi's been, but Hitsugi needs to come back and get back to work, you know. Actually, speaking of Hitsugi, I actually think I have a photo of what Hitsugi looks like. If you guys remember. Yeah, let me go to this. It's probably easier. No, that's commissions of me and Sophia. Here it is. No, doesn't work. Here it is. That's what Hitsugi looks like. Also, your name low-key reminds me of a Sunny Baudelaire from the series of unfortunate events book. Sunny Baudelaire. Sunny. I can coach you through it. Sometime we'll need Cell though, because you never remember the login. Yeah, I don't. I really don't. Like, I try, but it just escapes my mind. And yeah, that's what my username is from, actually. I'm always happy when someone knows what it is. See, I love the series of unfortunate events, but that completely went over my head. I just now realized. Like, just now. Loved it. Loved it as a show, a movie, and book. Went over my head. Damn, that's crazy, actually. I didn't know that. But yeah, no, that's completely fine. I want to fix Hitsugi at some point, but it'll have to be during a time. I'll have you there as well, Tally. Maybe it can be like a little mod get together session, which would be kind of cool. But I want to make it so that Hitsugi breathes again, because look at Hitsugi, a magical shoujo thingy with green, because makes sense. Has an XIII. I still need to implement the 13 to my stream somehow, because I fucking love that number. Then he drew me as some cyberpunk samurai dude, which is pretty cool. But Hitsugi is even cooler. Yeah, Hitsugi got boob. Are they AI robotic fake boobs? Sure. But that AI robotic fake booby girl is also full of magic. In fact, you guys already saw this, but Hitsugi made this. You can see that right there. Hitsugi presents. Hitsugi's learning. But they're the one that made it. So it's pretty cool. Yeah. Phasmo time. Or anyone have any fun clips to share? Anything fun to play? Any of that fun jazz, you know? No? Nothing? Great. 1 second. I just got a text from someone. This song. Ooh. I want the Ghosty Chan in here. We need to bring Ghosty Chan into just chatting. I haven't done that in a while. Uno momento, por favor. My Tomodachios. You are min vän, min friend. Or fuck. It makes sense. Okay. Cool. Oh, I disconnected from Discord. Hopefully they didn't wake up Sophia. We're in call right now. I'm on my phone. Okay. Yeah, we're in call right now, and I'm on my phone, so I'm hoping she's able to get sleep properly. So. We can make clips of Phasma or Mortuary, your choice. Huh. Why show clips? We can show. Hey. I feel like if I were to, I need to do a better job of getting clips from stream, to upload onto like Twitter or YouTube or hell, even TikTok, if I was gonna use a TikTok. Because I realized it's something that a lot of streamers do now. But I'm so goddamn lazy. And I have no reason to be, but I'm actually just so lazy. But maybe at some point I can go back and compile some clips, because clips are so much easier than just making a YouTube video. Honestly, like I remember the thing I made for you, Sierra. That was fun. That took me like very little time, but I used clips for it. So, anywho, I'm launching Phasmo. Play Phasmophobia. So my channel trailer today. I mean, it was a good one. I had fun. I'm actually proud of that. I'm also proud of the one I made for Neo. Those two I'm really proud of. I think those two are really funny. So I can easily do something like that. I'm too lazy to find my own clips of my own channel, which would help a lot. But like, I'm lazy. Okay. All right, let me switch the game scene. By the way, who wants to play? I know Sunny said she wanted to play. I see Tally. Tally's online. Tally wants to play. Damien left, so he could not play. So we do not have a full lobby. Phasmo. And I'm also going to change my title and game here real quick if the OBS will let me. Got done working at the mortuary, so it's time to hunt for some ghosts with friends. Phasmophobia. There we go. Oh yeah, that's fine. If I had a decent PC, I would join. Oh, no worries. In that case, yeah, Sierra, you'll be our fourth. You'll be our fourth. You eat now, and then you join us later. We haven't played in a minute, and it'll be fun to play with you. So you'll be our fourth. Let me see. Oh, Sunny's already in a channel. They are waiting. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna hop in and join here. Breakfast UK time? Nah, US time. Sierra's night shifts are insane. You should work at a mortuary during the night. How crazy would that be? You know? I wonder what time I'm curious. I'm asking Cell. Hold up. General chat. What time do you work at the mortuary? Just curiosity. Curiosity? Curiosity? How do I spell curiosity? What? Oh, I added a U. Okay. I'm done. Boo. Boo. Okay. How do I do this? I need to go to multiplayer, right?
I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
Wait, how do I do this? Create a lobby. Private. Max 4. There we go. Create lobby. Okay. I'm ready to die. You actually applied to be a mortuary assistant to work front desk? What? Like, I could never. I could actually never. No way.
What's the code, Hatsu?
Oh, is there a code? That's right. That's a thing, isn't it? Oh, did they copy it? I don't have to share the code, do I? I'll put it in no mic. Phasmophobia.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, Sunny.
Can you hear me in game?
Yeah. Oh, I should mute then if I can hear you in game.
There we go.
There we go. Where's Tally? Did Tally say he was coming? I thought he did. I'm not sure though.
I think so, yeah.
Let me DM Tally real quick. When the offer pay was good and benefits good, hard to pass up the chance. You're not wrong. Let me DM Tally. Talenko. Hey yo, did you want? Oh, I did not see that he sent me messages. Did you want to join? So did not see this because I think I was starting to pass out. Message request? That's a new thing on Discord. Huh.
Message request.
Yeah. I see friends, library, nitro, and then message request, which is from a bot telling me to play this football game and click on a link. Sounds kind of sus.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah. Sounds kind of sus. I mean, I see Tally playing. Or he's in game. Maybe I'm sending him a message on Steam, actually.
Yeah.
Boo. In the meantime, I'm eating crunch candy bars. How was your day, Sunny? What'd you
That's
do today?
okay. Yeah, not much. Just chilling.
That's good.
Yeah. How was your day, Etsy?
I was working at a mortuary not too long ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's good to be with some friends finally.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'll tell you first stuff. I can't remember.
Hmm?
I can't remember how to throw stuff.
G. Hey, why is mine glowing?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, it would be.
Oh, I right clicked.
Yeah, there we go. It's a no mic, Ellie.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom. Oh, sorry. Let me bring the chat closer to my actual thing. Yeah, it's a no mic. Now I have a problem where I'm not used to where my stream is. So I have to bring like the chat close to where my camera is, because then when I look over, it's closer. Because this monitor here, chat's like right here. Normally, chat's like all the way over there. So I just need to bring it over here so I can read it.
Mm-hmm.
We're also in the Discord, but we're muted in the Discord because I mean, I guess, yeah. But leave the code, and I think Sierra over here will be joining us in a little bit, so that'll also be fun. So we can do like a 3-person session at the start, maybe, and then go from there, like a warm-up one, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I remember that def.
Do a small map, perhaps.
It's a glowing stick. I'm changing my person. I want to be. This is like a Rebecca, because I was a mortuary's assistant today. Actually. Oh, hey, Tally.
One leg up, one arm up. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Nutty.
There's the Mario.
Wait. Oh, that's cool. We get lights.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's weird.
Oh, there's stuff everywhere.
Remember what Bidoof said? Remember the boxes.
All right, Bidoof. Oh fuck.
Here, Sonny.
You can't
Oh, thanks.
escape
You can explore.
us.
I've already seen it all, so
Ah.
you can explore the place, find some
Cool.
Can't escape us. That's
spooky
perfect.
writing.
Very scary.
I think I mute the string so I don't hear myself. That's too
Perfectly
cringe.
fine. I understand the feeling of hearing your own voice. quite well. Could you actually though shout out Bidoof? He's a
sure.
dorky fella. I like him. He calls me baguette.
There it is. And the only reason why I know how to spell that long username is because of Dragon Ball Abridged.
Lord Super Kami Guru Bidoof. Oh, could you do the other one as well? Just so it makes it easier.
Yeah.
But no, if you guys don't know Bidoof, he's one of Tally's friend. I was in a stream the other day, and I jokingly said I'm a baguette. Baguette can't make choices. He was just being a proper dork. He was pretty wholesome, pretty sweet.
All the friends I've made along the way are all dorks. You
That's
fit
what
in
matters.
Together.
That's what matters at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
We'll always be with you. We said don't leave. What?
Oh, did you see the one over here by the display cases?
The what?
Yeah, right here on the wall.
Shouldn't have taken these. Too bad I have nothing.
Oh, I have a voodoo doll right here. I got most of the skeleton in this one.
Not me.
Oh,
I don't touch spooky things. I know better. So was it just the spooky writing then?
Right.
Was that what it was? Was that what Bidoof talking about?
Yeah, it's just spooky writing.
Can't escape us. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. That's kind of a cool little Easter egg, actually. I like that. Using this to move around. Creative, very creative. Oh no, they ruined this.
Yeah, they ruined the Jenga blocks. I was so disappointed.
That's so sad, actually.
It is.
What did they do to it?
When you threw these before the update, so it lands in the down there.
Okay.
Block. But before, it almost reached the bulletin board down there with the skills. It had a lot more velocity. It's great.
Oi! No, they just hit the cultist.
Yeah, the basketball DC is pretty bad. Like it kind of floats oddly instead of bounce.
Yeah. But we'll have Sierra joining us in a bit. So we were thinking of doing a small map, me and Sunny, to like warm up. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
I don't know what good small map there is. I mean, that camping site was kind of fun. That's kind of small.
Any house, really.
Little houses as well, yeah.
Yeah, houses don't do the camps. Prison.
Oh, there we go. I'm scoring points, baby. Sorry, wait. It's hard to see. What was that? Sorry, what was that?
Easy to do a farmhouse or a regular house, but not a campsite, not prison, not Sunny Meadows.
Is the camp big?
One of them is, the one down small. I don't remember which one's which.
I think it's Camp Woodwind that's small because it had the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for any. We can start with this first one. We'll go easy. We'll go with this. Oh god, there's a ball in my face.
I almost said it. I was too tempted.
Say what? Huh? Say what?
I almost said that's what she said.
Oh my god. Alright.
Hey, you're the one saying you got a ball in your face.
I did say that. I'm currently doing something real quick. Hold up.
Axe. That was not the intended result, but I'll go with it. I can never knock down these pins, by the way. Like I throw a bowling ball at it and it just bounces off the pins for me.
Really? Where's the bowling ball? Or is it the basketball movie?
Oh, this is the bowling ball. So it bends and it just does nothing.
What are you going for, Sonny?
Oh, wow. Something.
I got one. I'm at 420, so I can't get any more baskets.
I'm at 69, so I'm stopping.
Oh, I think that's where I was gonna stop as well, to be honest.
I was at 69 for a while, but then I grinded to 420.
Oh, I got it to 70 by accident.
Oh no.
It's a
420.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, I'm ready. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are actually ready. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just waiting on you, Dork.
Whoops, I'm stalling. My bad. Hello.
Hello.
You're at 6 Tanglewood Drive.
Responds to pending. Responds
Oh.
to pending.
Bang.
It's my name too. That's fine.
Pending response to pending.
I thought that was terrible.
This is completely off topic, but I remember working at my old job. I used to work, and I looked at addresses quite often of different places.
Yeah.
One of the coolest
That ain't
addresses
spooky,
I ever
did
saw. Huh?
That ain't spooky, did I? No?
What happened, Betsy?
So I didn't spook you, did I?
No, you didn't. It was just a bang.
No. What was that reaction on the dream then?
Don't know.
Which flashlights are the good ones? I can never remember.
It's these ones, the black ones.
The small black ones.
Okay.
But one of the
white one's the bad one.
the roads, I remember there's a street called the Avenue of the Americas, and I was like, damn, that sounds kind of badass. There's some really badass street names in the world.
Yeah.
There's also some really weird names and some really spooky names.
Corey Todd next. People who are alone. Motion sensor, parabolic microphone.
Your temperature is 9 degrees. You are dead. Your temperature is 8 degrees. You're also dead.
Oh god, we're all dead.
Very cold. So. Have you used the parabolic microphone yet, Hitsu?
Not yet, should I?
Yes.
Didn't you guys keep dying last time when you used the parabolic one? Like whoever had it kept dying.
Yeah.
Like it was pretty bad before, but now it's actually really interesting. Get some cool stuff from it.
Ooh.
Nothing you can mark in a journal, of course, but it's very creepy.
I guess I also have a spirit box, so yay.
You're a sound guy. Hey. You ready?
Ready when you guys are. Never ready.
The timer doesn't start until we put the key in the door, so.
Can I hear things from outside the house?
You can hear us. Hello, any ghosts in here?
A bone! Mighty peculiar. Is this your bone?
No, I don't. Tyler, do you have a camera?
We're going upstairs. Hey, I'm down here in the neighborhood. Squeaky ghosty chair. Corey Todd, are you there? Oh, seems he has no clue where I am.
Any ghosts in
Boom. Ah! I just saw something fly.
What?
Are you in this room? I just saw something fly.
I saw something.
Something flew on.
Oh, the plate. Is there a plate?
Cool. All right, you guys leave real quick. I'm gonna see if it's here.
Poltergeist.
There's no EMF. It's a lie.
You guys leave real quick. I'm gonna see if it's here.
Are you here?
Hello, ghosty boy. Oh, is that you, Sir Charles? Or
What's his
Todd?
name again?
Corey? Corey Todd? Corey Todd.
Oh, it only responds to people who are alone. You gotta do spirit box by yourself, Hitsu.
I know. I'm scared.
Oh, freezing temps, I think? Yeah, freezing temps in here.
Heck yeah!
Like, yeah, boy.
Raising temps. It was doing something else just now, I think.
No? Game of 3.
If you're really there, you should say something, ghost. Ya baby.
CMF3, like, was like here-ish.
Hello. Did you throw this spoon at me? Are you not
Something again. I threw this little thing.
rude?
What you doing?
Is it a Polty boy? A Poltergeist?
I think it might be.
Alright, let me see.
Tally.
Spooky boy, are you there? Wait, it can't be a Poltergeist.
Why?
Freezing temps is not one of the options, I guess.
Oh.
It can be Jim.
No, don't say that. I'm leaving.
What did I just hear? Was that in the? Hold up, I have songs playing. I have music playing still. I need to turn off the spooky music.
Jamming while we're hunting for ghosts. What the heck, man?
Sorry, music. Or sorry, ghost. No music for you. Oh, the lights turned on. Cool.
Yeah, I just turned on the power.
Are you here, Jim? Or Corey? Corey Todd.
Yeah, I'll try it if you want me to.
Sure. I'm gonna go grab a camera. I don't think we have one yet. Hey.
It only responds to people who are alone, by the way.
I just heard sounds with the parabolic microphone.
Get a thermometer. I just saw my breath. So
Oh, we have freezing temps. We have freezing temps. We know.
Oh, okay, nice.
I heard a sound with my parabolic microphone. My sanity is going down. Okay. Well, yeah, definitely detected a paranormal sound with a parabolic microphone. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this before Tally dies, because, you know, I'm a homie. Never leave a friend to die like that. Let me turn the lights on. I can throw this flashlight down real quick.
Oh yeah, you wanna see a cursed object, Hitsu?
Not really.
May or may not be the same one that killed Bidoof.
Oh God.
I may or may not be in the same position where we found it that killed Bidoof.
Hold up. I'm gonna drop this crucifix over here. Okay, is it this thing?
See this mirror on the wall?
Mirror on the wall.
You gotta pick it up.
Ow.
You just had it for a second.
Oh God. No! No!
You gotta look into it too.
Ow.
Gaze into the mirror.
Oh, I know where he is.
Gotta be careful. Oh shit. Rest in peace, Hitsu.
It killed me.
What? It killed you?
It fucking killed me.
How'd it kill Sunny? You murdered Sunny.
Wait, did the door just close again? Surely not, right?
It's going into the basement. Ooh. It's fucking ugly.
Sonny just said it's fucking ugly. Oh God. She's such a dork. Okay. So, are you alive, Tally? Yeah, you're living. Oh, my sanity is completely gone. That's not good. There we go. Don't need that anymore. Drop that.
Stop talking.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and grab one of these. Oh god. Oh fucking Sunny. God damn it. Sunny scared the shit out of me. You got me.
He almost got me killed.
Wait, really?
Yes, he started talking on the radio and the ghost came back.
Oh god.
He was hunting.
That's not good.
Trying to find out where Sunny died so I can take a picture.
Sunny's here.
Oh, I died like right as you're going into the basement, I think.
Sunny said she died at the entrance to the basement in Discord.
I think.
Let's go.
It's supposed to go after you, and you're not supposed to gaze into the mirror that long.
Well. Oh, there she is.
See, there's her stuff, but I don't see her.
I see her.
Oh, here. I'll throw you the camera. You can take a picture. Just gonna stick one of those
Like the
here.
pose I died in.
Proper photo.
So we got freezing temperatures, and that's it, right?
There we go. Yeah, just freezing temp so far.
Just another camera. Okay.
Looking around for any fingerprints and stuff. Oh, fuck you, ghost.
Alright, let's go. We gotta play it tag like since you done pissed it off with the mirror.
Come in. Alright, food done. Gonna BRB real quick. No worries, Scotty.
We need a book, we need dots.
Do you see the broken mirror? Oh my god.
Yeah, yes, I see it. When you're holding the mirror, I can see what you see in the mirror as well. See, that is a bad angle. What? You put on next camera. What is that camera?
Oh, ghost orb.
It's you have like no sanity left.
I mean, considering how I put that camera like that, yeah, you're probably right.
Like, what is this angle?
The best angle.
You put it down backwards. Realize.
It's the best angle. All right, so we have ghost orb as well.
Oh, gosh.
Did you ever get any?
I just saw that.
Can't be EMF level 5. There's no EMF. It can be fingerprints. It can be ghostwriting. It can be spirit box, and it can be dots. So I'm
gonna place these things down and come back. Well, fix them. Fix the camera and then come back. Once you have a look at the dots, once I fix
no, we have ghost orb.
Yeah, but it can still be dot. So we got.
Do you have dots? Did you put it down already?
I have it in my hand.
I'm pretty sure
I'm
it's
gonna
not
go put it
EMF,
down.
by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where's my flashlight? Oh. Ooh, I see Telly. Think he's gonna die. Ghost orb. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it's dots. I just saw a ghost run after you. That's a Uray. Uray. Hooray,
Yeah,
hooray. I found a Uray.
Hooray, hooray.
Okay. So it's a Uray. Oh.
Nice. Alright, well.
Now it's a matter of catching picture of the ghost, and I have a motion sensor in my hand, so we can set two
Goes down multiples.
Yeah.
I have another picture.
I took pills, so I'm not as insane.
It goes off for average. Our average is 68%.
Oh.
So once the average goes below 50, it will be hunting a lot more.
All right. Once it's at 0, it's basically on cue.
Yeah. Just gotta be careful. Keep an eye on the crucifixes. Alright, I'll place this one over here.
Place one over here.
You show yourself. So I'll stand in this corner, you stand in the other corner.
This is the corner he spawns in.
It'll be fine. We can't be, so close together. He won't show up.
We need Todd. Are you there?
Give us a sign.
Through a plate. Can I see you, Mr. Todd? That's another plate. No, but can I see you? Like.
Yeah, that totally wasn't me.
But that's.
Oh.
That's.
Okay.
Probably Sunny.
Okay, Sunny.
Show yourself.
Horny Todd.
I want to see you.
How corny can you be?
See, that crucifix lost his side. Face that whole crucifix, we might have to run for it.
Let me take a photo.
Right click.
It's not letting me.
Right click harder. It's fine, I took like 5 photos, let's go.
Alright. I'm out this bitch.
The longer we go, the lower the is gonna be anyway.
We got it! And we only lost a very dear friend.
You.
Hey, Snake. That's all. We just lost a dear friend. That's it. No big deal.
Alright. Yeah, just bashing our heads with the plate now.
How are you, Snake?
Well, Sonny, make sure you have your race circled in the journal.
Woo!
Nice, Snazza.
Woo! Woo!
So we
I like the
have
purple color of the mirror.
freezing temps, dots, and orbs.
Yeah.
Alright.
Those are the ones we have.
Mm-hmm.
It's Snazza!
Snazza, boys. Snazzy. I was hoping the bang would be louder. I could change it, reverb it up, and make it louder. I could technically do that. I
Or
could.
just add a gunshot.
But then it would be cute. But I could also add a gunshot and like make a good bullet hole in the screen. That'd be interesting.
Name them both bang for the same price. Somebody knows which one's which.
That'd be funny. But that would also jump scare me.
Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back, Sonny. How was the afterlife?
It was pretty spooky. Pretty heckin' spooky.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I'm loving it.
$88 for that though.
Hey, making money while you're dead. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Hey.
I didn't know you were playing today. Otherwise, I'd join, but I'm already in bed. Well, we were doing mortuary assistant earlier.
The mortuary assistant.
The mortuary assistant. We were doing that earlier. Oh, fuck you, Fred.
Yeah.
So it shows you where you are. How do you get out of looking at the mirror? Because I did not, and then Sunny died.
I assume you just either drop it or click it again, or all the above. Run outside. I don't know.
Sorry, Sonny. So it tells you where the ghost is, basically.
I've never gotten to use it. The one time I had a chance, I think it was by myself, and I was not brave enough to try.
Probably for good reason.
Let me use the restroom real quick, but I am technically ready. Got the equipment in there for us.
Oh, are these the 3 stages of the crucifix? What do you think, Sonny?
Let's see. Ooh.
That tells you like
Not like
what
the...
stage we're on, I guess. Is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess when it's on the third one, like it's all used up. It only has however many charges or whatever.
I guess so. Hey, Jackie is making another appearance in this game, I see.
Hey, it's my Jackie boy.
Oh. Wait, this is the one on the right looks like the character from Nightmare Before Christmas or whatever.
It does. I think it's meant to be, yeah.
Looks like it.
Jack Skellington.
Jack Skellington. Must be a relative of Jack.
His cousin. Which map do we want to do next?
I wonder if Sierra's done actually. They said they finished eating. Let me see. Oh my god. So
there's a photo of my dead body there.
yeah, I just read general chat. Cell works at a mortuary from 4 to 10 p.m. It's not every day, it's like twice a week depending on how many funerals they have in the evenings. And Dunkin' Donuts from 6 to 12 p.m., which I'm guessing it might be daily.
Barista by night, mortuary assistant by day.
That's kind of crazy. I want to talk to her more about it because that actually sounds really interesting.
Yeah. I think she said she's like a wake assistant or something like that.
Huh?
I think she said she's like a wake assistant.
I have no idea what a wake assistant is.
Yeah. I don't know. Because a wake is like the thing before a funeral, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're correct about the crucifixes. Once it's the fully red stage, that means it will not stop any more hunts.
I found the best thing I could have ever found in this game right here.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. A lighter?
No. You see what's there? What's
No, I
being
think
shown?
it's the writing.
No. I have no clue.
You see it? Jojo?
Jojo?
And Jojo is here.
Weebs. Weebs.
Jotaro. Let me message Sierra, see how close they are, and then we'll see.
I've got to get early to basketball before 20 now.
Yeah, this is your chance. Stop at 4:19, and then you'll be able to do it at 4:20.
That was my mistake last time. Otherwise, I'll have to go to 666, I guess.
666 is the next meme number. Scotty said he'll be back in 5 minutes. So, is there any other cool secret Easter eggs in this area? Can you hear?
I think you should.
Huh?
I think you should go look in the closet.
Closet? Is it closet here? Or is it
Oh,
this
yes,
thing?
there is. Yes. Yes. Grab the special. I have to find the angle again. If you come over here, and you get, let's see. Yes, okay. So if you get pretty much where I'm standing here, and you look left, but keep your eye on the right of the window,
Is there something in
Oh,
there?
You'll see
God.
a wobbly person.
Oh, I want to say. Hold on.
Right. You don't need the flashlight. So here you go, Sonny.
Oh. Spooked myself. Thank you.
The flashlight's over here, Sonny.
Oh, thank you.
I need this.
So you wanna, yep.
Oh, I see. There's an
Yes,
arrow
right here,
pointing into the
look
direction.
left.
Ew,
But keep it
I
on the
don't,
right side, yeah.
don't like that.
I don't either.
I'm not a fan.
Wibbly wobbler.
What? Oh, they're getting closer to me. Oh, dickheads.
Oh, if you walk in the middle, it's a low event.
Oh.
Roasty goose.
Well, that was terrifying.
Right?
Yeah, very. Like, it creeped me out the first time I saw it, but beyond that, it was like annoying. Let me go. Let me stop me from moving.
Alright.
If you stand about right here, you can put the sun or moon, whoever that is, right behind our guest in the window.
Oh.
I don't see the sun or moon.
Oh,
I see it now. I see it now. It disappeared earlier.
Kind of bright. It's kind of. Yeah.
For some reason, it disappeared like completely when I went in. You guys hear it when I turn the radio on and off?
No, it's client side.
Spam the left click on it. Spam the left click on it. Sounds really true. Hey, Sierra just got on Phasma.
Spooky.
That's great. Radio.
I want to use these radios actually in this box.
You want to use what?
Which radio?
There's these radios in this box that I've actually seen on YouTube. People doing ghost investigations. I assume use those.
Cool.
Like proper ghost investigations?
Yes.
Like IRL, not like in the game?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Oh, I just turned the thing on. How?
How'd you?
What did you do?
I turned the Skelly in. I turned Jack on. Well, that sounds wrong.
God. What happened? Oh. Click on the glass cases. Wow.
It's you guys can kind of see it on stream. Like one side is definitely brighter than the other. I don't know how I did it. Interesting. What happens when you get all the items? Do you die?
Yes, you die IRL.
I don't know. It's been very inconsistent for me because remember I had all the skeleton pieces. Now I have none of them, and there's just a mirror here.
Oh.
So it's very inconsistent in what's here.
Oh.
I don't know what that says, and I can't see it. A Ouija board, voodoo doll, summoning circle.
Haunted mirror.
Music box.
Where's the middle one here? So.
I'm trying to see. You have to crouch and like try to catch it in mid crouch.
Tarot cards.
Tarot cards? There's tarot cards in the game too?
Yeah, it's tarot cards. Those are fun.
Okay, welcome back. My game may be looking like a little square. I turned Jack on. Oh god. Here, I'll add that quote. I turned Jack on.
I was having a dirty joke.
Another one? Oh god.
I don't know if it's
I gave you the code, by the way.
Might be too inappropriate to say though.
Oh.
Well, as long as you got a laugh out of it, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know how I turned off. How I turned it on though. It just got brighter. Do you guys see it like on stream?
Yeah, one's definitely brighter than the other.
Stanley pushed the
there is
follow
a candle
button.
in there,
No one
so
is
you
quite
might
sure
have
why,
accidentally
but perhaps he thought something
activated the
peculiar
candle
would happen.
somehow.
How strange.
I'm gonna have a lighter.
Anyways,
Candles on-
welcome,
online,
stranger.
but I don't know.
Thank you so much for the
Oh my god, Scotty's here.
the follow. Orgasmic Fries. What a fucking name. I was like, Orga Mike Fries?
Orga Mike Fries. What?
That's what I thought his name was, but his name is Orgasmic Fries. If I ever had fries that were orgasmic, I think I would die happy.
I mean, potatoes are great, but I don't know if they're that great.
Yeah, but this person
They
found it.
are.
This person found it.
Could be a bot follower. There's been some crazy named bots lately.
Still, what a funny name.
There's a Sierra in here.
Oh, he disappeared! Nani?
He left.
Oh,
He
God.
left, I guess, in audio problems.
The way it just poofed like that made me so scared.
Proof out of existence.
Mic bug? No worries. Do what you gotta do.
Oh my god,
Earlier that,
Kelly. I was gonna tell he's level 441. Jesus.
Yeah, Tally's pretty nutty.
I'm not. I'm allergic to nuts.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. They just don't agree with me.
Yeah.
I understand that. It's connected to my VR. Oh, okay.
What were you gonna say before, Tal?
Yeah, we had a friend that had audio issues earlier. The game wasn't picking up his headset for some reason.
Huh.
His
Strange.
headphones. So he had to play with desktop speakers and push to talk.
That sounds like ambiance. Remember we were playing Backrooms and you had like this. You don't have it in this game, but in Backrooms you had like background noise.
Yeah.
And it just made the experience worse. Like it made it scarier. It was like, oh, this feels like a Backrooms kind of sound.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
It freaked out people.
Hey, yo.
Good times. So I run circles around Sierra.
I'm lighting your nose up. Got him.
You just have your hand through his chest at my screen. It's like,
Oh, I can't hear him though. I'm gonna put the lighter in your ear, bro.
you can change the settings by hitting J and going to options. If you have no
True.
audio,
There's a
switch
yeah,
your
there's a chance.
microphone to something else.
Yeah,
and then
there's
back.
a chance that it's just a
Hey,
settings
we're-
thing.
We're putting
Mine
our heads
added.
together. Huh? Uh-huh.
I had to do that a few times, switch, change the microphone, hit apply, and then change back.
Whoa! Ah!
Whoa!
Whoa!
I don't hear him though.
Let's stick my lighter in his ear, in his nose.
Oh, he disappeared again.
No, he's gone.
Fucking poof.
Hacking Scooter. Or Sierra. Fuck.
Yeah, I did that earlier as well.
It happens. Well, I just heard music.
Heard what?
I heard music. That time the game crashed?
My phone.
Oh. Wait, what? That's not music.
Oh, really?
This ain't music. This is spooky sounds.
But there's like, for a while, every time I loaded up in a mission, I'd have to change my mic to a different mic, and then change it back. Otherwise, I couldn't talk. I'd be fine in the lobby.
Weird.
Doesn't do that anymore.
I mean, I'm glad it doesn't do anymore.
So I'm curious about over here. There's a sign saying restock expected, and then 2 coming soons. And you have there's 2 more coming soons, and restock expected.
I'm guessing it's new equipment coming out soon.
Yeah, there's spaces where there's more equipment up there as well with coming soon signs. I'm curious, what could they be?
Delicious. And water.
I got soda.
I actually can't. I have a hard time drinking soda.
Hydrate. I'd never drink it.
It's not that I don't like soda, but because I haven't really had. Oh, I hear you.
Sierra.
I'm sticking my glow stick in your face. But I have a hard time drinking soda because I haven't really had it almost my entire life now, ever since I was 5. I'll have sips now and then randomly, especially when I'm with Sophia, because she'll drink soda. But it hurts my throat whenever I drink it. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
The carbonation, I guess.
Yeah. What the fuck? He sounds like a bee. Are you good?
Someone clip that.
I need to add another stream marker. I was wondering what that sound was, and it's just a bee, and it's coming from this fella. All right, I'm okay with random.
God.
I'm ready to suffer.
Wait, what map are we doing?
I'm doing random.
Oh, we're randomizing it already. I'm afraid.
It
But
seems
okay.
kind of like a fuck yawn. Sorry. Seems like a kind of random day. You know.
Yep.
Alright, you ready then?
Ready when you guys are.
Oh, I see Sierra has experience in this game too. Oh.
I've never played this game. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh huh. I'm ready then.
Tally.
Tally might be adding stuff for us.
Oh, true.
I'm burning your hair. For I am a pyromaniac.
Yo, sounds dangerous.
Just a touch.
Do we want head-mounted cameras?
Sure.
Yes, those are always fun.
They're the most expensive item you can get, though.
I'll buy them. I'll buy them. That way I can put some funds into.
Already.
Where is it?
I already added them.
Zero. Yeah, I don't see it. Do I not even have it? Can I not have it?
You should be able to have them unlocked.
Oh, I see it. They're over here. Alright, and here. I'm ready.
Oh, frame rate fall. Oh my god.
Wee.
Your eyes can't drop frame rate. Don't be silly.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Pardon me.
No, you're good.
That's quite impressive, to be honest, huh?
Oh yeah, ready yet. Sorry. I forgot I wasn't ready yet.
I shall start. Tanglewood Drive. Isn't the one we just played, actually? Tanglewood
I thought the game crashed.
Did it, was it sudden?
I wasn't paying attention. Yeah.
I'm a fast typer.
Fast as fuck.
I used to have almost 200 Guam. I could type the faster than anyone else.
Oh really? My god. Oh, nobody has flashing lights sensitivity.
Responds to people who are alone.
Oh no.
Guys, something crazy is happening with the camera right now.
Does it look like a bitch?
What? What? I'm being bullied in chat. Responds to people who are alone. Doris Holmes.
Oh, that's the house we just did.
I've already got spirit. So I'll grab dots if we find it. And camera, might as well.
Phone's already gone.
The small place. How do I... Camera. There we go. Ah, there we go. Okay. Wait, you gotta put on your thingy. E. One of us. Oop, I do not have chat open. I'm so sorry. Oop, my phone's dying. I'm also so sorry.
Good morning, chat. The Earth says hello.
God.
Are you here?
I'm just here vibing with the camera.
Where are you? Oh, that's
Well, what's the ghost's name?
You make a camera?
I have a video camera.
No, we need a picture camera for the basement. I got a photo camera.
Come on in. Take a photo of this.
Are you here? Where are you?
Oh, I can see ghost orbs if I walk around with this thing, actually, can't I? Yeah. Oh. God, cool. Photographer. I don't see shit though, so it's not down there.
You're a child.
I can be a child. You know, I used to be able to glitch out of one of these garages using the locker. I remember doing that before in the game. Especially during a hunt, I'd be like, not today, ghost. Hey, yo. Is there a baby in the room? Huh? Are you a big baby? Are you a little baby? So afraid to talk to humans? Oh, that's a bear.
Aha.
Uh-huh. Ah!
Scared me.
Freezing temperatures.
Where?
Here.
In the closet?
Is that a cow? Did somebody just moo?
Freezing. Oh.
Yes, in this hallway.
It's in the hallway, you said?
Yes, it's in this hallway. Or the freezing temperatures are in this hallway. Is there a ghost here? I don't know.
Is
Let's
it
find
freezing?
out.
I can't. Oh.
Yeah, it's a little glitchy, but I was looking right here. It is freezing temperatures. I got negatives on this thing.
Oh yeah, I just did as well.
It's 22 here, but in the hallway it hit freezing.
Right. Yeah.
I'll get this camera properly set up eventually. There we go.
It's freezing right here at the entrance, but not in the room.
Okay.
It's not freezing in the bathroom. It's 15 in the bathroom, so it's definitely this strip right here.
Nice. Alright.
Nice, dude.
We're all in here. Oh god. You guys are being
Is it like-
stalked. Look in the oh shit.
Like people who are alone. Okay. Okay.
Doris Holmes.
I'll be back.
Going alone. Switching the camera. There it is, guys. You got freezing temps, right?
Yeah. Put that in actually.
What's this? Could you look a little bit down so we can get a better angle at what's going on? He's running back and forth. Can you explain why you're running back and forth?
Oh.
Call the ghost a bitch.
Their name is Doris Holmes. Call them a big baby.
Call him a big stinky
Oh god. Someone possessed his body. We're dead.
No, it's touching a lot of things, so I'm gonna check for fingerprints.
Alright. I'll go grab this then.
What are you touching? Slam the door somewhere.
I get to be the operator now. Look at these silly doofuses. Hold on, I need a camera just to capture any moment. No, God, someone's behind me.
It's y'all's turn, because I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Alright, Tom.
I got freezing temps.
Mm-hmm.
What else? What else are we seeing?
I got a lighter.
Nah. Trying to go in there and light the house on fire? That might help. Oh, what is that? Oh, did Sunny go in? Sunny went in.
To the basement.
The way they're walking, it's so funny. Oh, that's great. Alright, let's look at the camera angle. I'm gonna need a lighter chan to please look down. Alright, look a bit up. Alright, a bit down. There we go. That's the perfect angle.
Are you still looking, Hitsu?
Oh, I'm looking again. Sorry. What's up? Wait, did you light all the candles?
Sierra, tell me you didn't do what I think you just did.
I think he just lit all the candles.
Seems like a poor choice.
That is a summoning circle.
It seems to me that someone's sanity has completely dropped.
Circle, right?
Oh god.
I got something, I think. You're gonna die.
Oh god. He's getting attacked. Oh shit. Run! Run! Hide in the locker!
Oh.
When I went in, I heard him, I got a lighter. He's like, I'm going into the basement. I was like, oh no. Don't. That's exactly what he is doing.
Did they find you? Are you alive?
Hunt is still going, Hitsu.
Oh, the hunt is still going. You're not safe yet.
Yes. So if you could stop using the radio so he doesn't die.
Oh, I have to stop using the radio so you don't die.
Alright, hunt's over.
Is it done?
It's done. You can come now.
Can someone bring sanity pills instead?
No. Just,
I got you.
just come up here, silly. Oh wait, you already did? Oh, I brought some too. So.
Hold up.
I'm gonna need to come up here before we die. Gotta meet us halfway there,
by the way, Sierra, the sanity thing goes off of our collective sanity, not just you alone.
No, you really lit all the candles down here.
I wanted that picture.
Yes. Wanted that picture. Because there's one way to get it.
Doris Columbus, you're a dork.
I literally only did it for the picture of the ghost. That's the only reason why.
Do we ever try EMF? Do we have an EMF?
I have one, and there's one on the floor as well.
Just so I could get rid of this camera now.
Here's Sarah. Here's the other pills. Because you're still pretty low.
Sierra, where is Sierra? Where are you?
The truck, I think?
Oh. Sorry, I got you and him mixed up.
Oh, no worries.
I'm not staying here. Doris, you're a bitch. Doris Holmes is a pussy. Doris, you got no game.
Freezing temperatures and what?
Doris, you're kind of lame. You won't get no fame. You're just a dame. What else? Well, what other rhymes are there? Oh, fuck you. What rhymes with dame? Besides fame, lame, and game. I'm trying to insult Doris.
I'm just gonna...
Brain.
You should be ashamed.
Good idea.
Hey guys, find anything interesting? Well, that's wild. On the camera, this crucifix was partially eaten, but it's fine. I'm guessing this is to blame.
Can we walk around with
Alright,
the fingerprinty one? Do you find anything? Hey, some ambient lighting. Nice. Oi!
Oh, nothing. I don't think it's fingerprints because it's like touched everything.
Where was the EMF just now? I wonder if it can move. I hope not. I hope it doesn't move.
Oh, it was actually me who had the
Hey,
shitty camera
hey.
angle.
They can move, but they don't. They typically don't change rooms too often. But they can move around. So there's this negative on fingerprints as well. I don't think fingerprints are a clue.
Okay.
Has anyone else tried Spirit Box?
No.
Not yet. I tried at the start, I think.
People who were alone? Were you alone?
Yeah, I tried it when I was alone.
Did you close
But
the
I didn't
door?
wanna-
Oh my god, I thought it was something.
They didn't talk to me. Dude, I want to turn this on.
You know what you did, yeah.
What the fuck?
What was that
Oh, I thought that was in the damn spirit box for a second there.
You gotta be in this hallway, Hitsu, if you want to do the Spirit Box. And we gotta be not in that hallway.
Yeah.
But can you guys be in the house?
Yeah, I was just gonna here in the living room watch TV.
Alright, sounds good. Are you there?
Let me colors on TV.
Are you friendly? Are you a dork? Oh, Dolores. You're lame. You have no shame. You have no game. You're a pain.
You?
I'm about to make it rain on you.
Oh my. The night a stripper hits you.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear anything yet.
Now, if you don't hear anything, I'm gonna say it's not Spirit Box either, which helps us narrow things down at least.
Yeah. I don't know what else it could be
Would it
though.
be
I have
ghostwriting?
a ghostwriting, but there's nothing there. We might not have like the specific spot down. Is what I'm wondering.
Where's the other book? Do we not have another book?
I'll go grab one.
I'll move it to...
Am I terrified? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh wait. Do we have another book?
I don't think so, no.
Do you have another book, Tally? Was there one there?
I found where it is.
Okay, okay.
I'm moving equipment into the new room.
Oh, it did actually move?
Yeah, I moved rooms.
Which one? Do you know which one it's in? Oh, gamer room?
Yeah, I moved in here. It's freezing in here now.
Alright, guys. The gaming room is where the new thing is. We gotta go and move equipment.
The little gamer's room.
Yeah, I knew Dolores, the little baby, or Doris. Whoops.
Doris? Yeah, Doris.
That was close enough. What does disrespecting a ghost do anyways? Shazam!
It's not freezing in here anymore.
What?
It's like -16.
We should set up 2 cameras then. I will get another camera. We haven't got anything on the motion sensor yet, have we? Do you know?
Only all of us.
Only on us, right? So I don't think we have the specific spot. It might be in the room. It might be in the restroom, actually. Can you move some of the motion sensors around? Because we haven't detected anything, it seems like, on them. Someone just walked by one.
We got EMF 5.
Oh, you got EMF 5? Is it in the gamer room?
Definitely in this room is. Sticky stopping around.
Like loud.
Wait, on the computer it says Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, I noticed that.
This ain't no Doris.
Are you close? Where are you? Are you old?
There's not computer screen flash, I think.
F.
Do you know Thomas Wilson's password? I want to check his internet history.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't think it's fair place. No.
Hello?
Let's check if there's any dots.
So it comes down to John. Ghost writing. Where's Sierra? Oh, there you are.
Huh? This is Sunny.
Diaz.
Yeah.
Sierra's in there.
Where's Sierra? Make sure they're not up to any
Shenanigans.
Doing summoning circles again.
They're outside. They're hiding. Oh, that's a crazy angle of that
trying to
computer.
measure the temperature.
Ooh, that's a fucking gamer setup right there.
That's kind of a nice camera angle, like just the BRB screen right there.
Yeah.
No, there's a
There goes
ghost
Sarah.
in front of the house. Not me.
Do we need more angles in there?
That's me. I think.
I think so, yeah.
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 There we go. I should put the other dots in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it above the bed.
Sierra, if you're inside, can you put the dots in there? Or I'm not sure Sierra is.
I
think they might be AFK. They keep staring at the sky.
Oh, okay.
This camera is the camera.
Wait, got a photo of the ghost? When?
Did we?
When I did the circle.
That ain't proof.
That's a photo of nothing.
I know. I was like, fuck, I'm out. I'm out.
Happened?
Just gotta run.
It's in the gamer's room, that's for sure.
What happened?
Well, it appeared behind me, hummed, and then blew out the light bulb. And it was quite loud, all of it. We got other dots in there.
It stepped on the sand.
Do you ever forget where the book is?
Is it still in the hallway?
I think
Oh,
so,
is it?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, see it in the hallway. Might be inside already. No writing in the book. What is something cool? Sierra, want to go inside? Live the gangsta life.
I think it might be a shade.
Well, that's shady.
Shades are not active when there's multiple people, but when you're solo, they're active. And Oni is the opposite of that. It's very active when there's multiple people.
Oi! You went outside?
If I leave you in there.
If it's a shade, we'll need ghostwriting as an evidence.
Do we not have two books?
I don't know where the book is.
I think it's in there. Pretty sure.
Let's check. Let's go together so we don't die. We're going together so we don't die.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the book's in here.
There's one in here.
Write something for us.
Let me place on the bed. Maybe that'll be easier. Maybe it's a
Write something
maybe
for
it's a
us.
bedridden ghost.
Maybe.
Wasn't there two books though?
I think so. Can you write something for us?
The light just went out in the living room.
Oh shit. Do we only have one book?
Don't think it's written anything.
Chaotic. Fingerprints would be Jim. Spirit box would be the twins.
What if it's the twins?
What do they do? Ghost. The twins.
They're assholes. That's
To mimic each other's action, they alternate their attacks to confuse their prey. Either twins can be angered and initiate an attack on their prey. Twins will often interact in the environment at the same time. Doesn't seem like they're twins. You saw the ghost already, actually. Sierra. Were they twins?
I mean, when you do that, only one of them spawns anyways.
How useful is that? I can't even tell if they're twins or not. Did the book change at all?
I don't think so, no.
I'm telling you, it's a shade.
Wait, we just got a motion sensor detector out inside in the hallway towards the living room. Is it moving around?
Remember me.
He said, "Remember me." Speak to Sierra if you are a ghost. Doris Holmes.
It breathed into my ear, so I left.
Take a nap. See if that does anything. It's midnight over there, so.
Hey, it's a good angle. It worked. I was hoping the pillow wouldn't be in the way. Very nice.
What if it's in the closet?
I don't think so.
This bitch is blowing my candle when I walk to the front door. What the fuck?
Alright, Sierra. Sonny, it might be your turn with the spirit box. See if it works for you.
No.
Oh, you just say no? Okay.
I said, oh.
Yeah, I think all three of us have done it so far.
Oh. Alright, yeah, I'll give it a shot then.
Try the bathroom, Sonny.
Okay.
Wait, where's my camera? I don't have a camera.
It's at the welcome mat.
Oh, I threw it on the mat. Whoops. Alright. If Sonny dies, we'll see it through the window.
What y'all do with the book?
It's on the bed. Wait, is Sonny asking in the room?
It's freezing in the bathroom now, so if you can try the bathroom.
Oh, it's moving. Alright, fuck it. I'll come inside with you guys.
To the bathroom, and I moved the book to the bathroom.
Right.
We'll chill in here with you guys. We do this together while Sonny's
Power
alone.
off.
Wanna go turn on the power?
Close
Turn
on
the
my
power
candle
back on.
again.
You just wanna go turn the power on? While Sonny does her thing. Where is it again? What does the new power button look like?
I don't think it's down here. I think it's in the garage.
Pretty sure it's not working. Or it's not good.
I don't think it's spirit box. Alright, power is up. I'll give it a shot. Are you here? Never mind. I have a better idea. I need it. I need a camera. Need a camera. You got a camera? Come here.
Should I do it again?
That's our last evidence. Let's go.
Wait, what was it?
Ghost writing. It's a
Oh,
shade.
Really?
Told you it's a shade.
Well, shit, okay.
Yeah, I wrote in the book in the bathroom.
Ah, okay, so it's just location.
So it's... Yeah, I kept moving.
Rare?
This.
Okay.
Yeah, we got ghost writing.
Yeah, I wrote in the book.
Nice.
So we know what it is.
The ghost was acting a little bit shady and didn't want to do anything, so we...
It's shy. The shy ghost.
Yeah, we got
Go down into the hallways to say bye.
Yeah, I want to do one quick run to say bye to the ghost.
Go for it. I'll wait here.
Alright.
Yeah, go in there, Itzy. Go say bye.
Yeah, we'll go together, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Alright, goodbye, Doris. Oi.
Eat the tits. Goodbye, Doris. Thank you for your time. I had fun. Where's the book? I don't see the book.
It's right here on the floor.
Am I blind?
Yes, very.
Oh. Please help me. Oh, it's a sad ghost. The ghost writing is so sad. Did you guys hear it? See it?
Yeah, I've read it before.
Hey, where did Sunny go? Did you see it?
Went to look at the book.
The lights are flashing in there. I think.
Yeah, it's active. Let's go.
Probably go.
Alright. It's all good. Did you see what the ghost book said?
What did it say?
It said, please help me.
Oh.
I was like, oh,
Nah, let it suffer.
Everybody got shade written down in the book?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, I'm sorry, Doris Holmes, but like, I'm just here to see if ghosts exist. I'm not here to help you.
Damn.
Fucking brutal.
We have a team for that comes in tomorrow.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Yeah, the ghost therapist comes in tomorrow. It's fine.
I want to see the photos. Can we see the photos here, or is it somewhere else?
That's on a wall back there.
Let's see. Last hunt.
We traveled 2,629.6 meters. We lost 113% sanity.
Nice.
We spent 22 minutes in the ghost's room. I can't read the rest of it because somebody's hidden away. 10 minutes in the dark. 31 minutes investigating. Ghost moved 33 objects and moved 33 doors and had 69 interactions.
Nice.
One hunt, 2 events.
That was perfect.
There was a bone in the master bedroom. I have crackers.
Let's see. I see Thomas Wilson. I see a room. I see a chest. I see footprints in the salt. I see shaky camera footage. I see a summoning circle. Oh. I'm basically ready for the next one. I knew I would find you here. I had a feeling. Is Sunny Meadows? Is Sunny Meadows the asylum?
Yes, it is.
I mean, I'm down.
It's a very large map, but there's a restricted version that's raised. It's a lot smaller.
No, we should do the very large map. And all split up and talk on the radio. God, how do I score on this shit? Oh my god. Sierra, you suck. Hey, I scored. Well, considering that Sierra just dropped the entire Jenga blocks, I think they have to be with the ghost alone later. Alright, but we're doing Sunny Meadows then?
I got my vote on those.
Come on by and ready up. What?
Yeah, man, don't touch it.
Alright, there's symbols on the side of these. Biggish blocks.
We do the heater on 68.
It says it's 70 degrees in here.
So it's not gonna kick on until it goes down.
Not cold.
Cold.
This reminds me that I have a dentist appointment coming soon.
You mind turning it back down here a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Put it down to 68 again.
Yeah.
Or 69.
Alright, but you guys ready for Sunny Meadow?
Oh yeah, Dennis now.
Rebecca is going to sleep. I'm her friend. Guy looks like Steve.
Bobbert.
A what?
Steve.
I'm Robert.
Bobbert.
Bobbert. That's Bobbert. Alright, I'll be Bobbert, Rebecca's friend. Zoom! Right into the sunny meadows we go. Fuck.
Light the cross on fire.
What? Look at this camera area, dude. Like, what is that middle section?
I don't know. Courtyard or something?
They changed the asylum, I think.
Yeah, I think they did.
Oh. Sorry, so what would be the best options? Because we have to all split up to try to even remotely find this ghost.
Yeah.
What are the best ghost finding tools that we have?
You.
Besides me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good outlet.
Oh, they did change this place. Look at it. It's completely different.
Hmm.
Oh, God, it's not the asylum I know anymore. I'm curious what tools would be useful, though.
I'm gonna bring thermometer and EMF.
Spawns of people who are alone. Kenny Taylor. Am I playing Sunny? Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I'm here now. Hello.
Don't go in right away. Wait for it, Tyler. For the 2-minute timer, and then I'm bringing Spirit Box.
Oh, what's up, man? You can DM me or ask.
It started. No. I about messed up there. About got banned. So the absolute best investigating tool is EMF, because that always goes off when it touches stuff.
Sounds good. So I bring EMF, and I'm bringing Spirit Box as well, because it responds to people who are alone, I guess. Let me go grab a flashlight, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you had to pay to make it more than 10 people? Really? What the fuck?
Yeah.
God, Sunny Meadows looks like a fucking awful place to be.
I'd live here.
Well, you're a maniac. Considering how you turned on a summoning circle earlier, I'm not surprised.
You see they found a Wega board. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm coming. Alright, let's go. We gotta split up. I go left, I guess. Because if I go right, then I know I will die. Because I'm never right.
I'll go downstairs. Yeah. They removed the asylum and added this one in its place.
Cheerleader for
Wait. Hey, now we can go.
Alright, I said I would go left, so. Kenny Taylor's, I think that's his name, right? Kenny Taylor's?
Yep.
Hey, look, a voodoo!
Grab it!
Should totally not use
Kenny Taylor's, where are you? Oh, that's the basement. I'm going to the left.
I'm gonna use it.
Oh god. Oh god.
Head pin.
Kenny Taylor's, are you here? In this ominous, candlely lit room. Kenny boy.
Oh lord, she a coming.
Oh god, there's a blood trail here. The fuck, Kenny? Did you do that? Kenny, you're cool, right? You're cool, right, Kenny? You're cool, right? Someone playing the piano? Kenny. 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 Are you there? Are you there? Are you there, Kenny? Kenny, I need to know if you're here, Kenny. Kenny Taylor's. Hello? Kenny Taylor's. Hello? You guys remember how splitting up in horror movies never work?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I know it works.
Yeah. That's crazy.
If you want, I can make it worse.
Uh-huh. Kenny Taylor's.
Till the heart pin goes.
Oh, God. Kenny Taylor's.
If you push in all the pins, let me know so I can hide, please. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, which pin goes in. Head pin.
Kenny. Kenny Taylor's. Oh, fucking flies, man. Is that a dead body? There's a dead morgue here, dude.
I'm gonna put this at the front door. I heard something down here.
Me, maybe?
Did you throw something?
I didn't throw anything, though.
Where are you?
Want me to push another pin in?
No. Not yet.
Okay, I'll do it.
Oh my god.
Goodness.
Did you actually do it?
No.
Oh, fuck.
Now I did hand pin.
Oh god, did you actually do it? Oh no!
So,
What happens when you push it in?
as long as it's not the heart pin, it should be like a ghost event of some type.
Okay.
Heart pin means, well, hunt.
Okay. Kenny Taylor's, are you there?
Alright, I put it in the truck. I'll leave it alone for now. Thank you.
You guys find anything? Anywhere?
I risked it with nothing downstairs so far.
I'm not seeing much anything on the left side of the place.
I'm surprised the heart pin didn't go in.
Yeah, I thought I was fucked.
Goodbye.
What? Honestly, Sierra's fucking comms scare the shit out of me sometimes.
No, it just walked by me.
Oh, you saw it? Oh, okay. Where are you?
What do you think? I'm at the front.
He's in the front?
I think his radio is staticky for.
Alright, we're coming. This way, actually, I think. Hello. Hi. Okay. Okay, where was it exactly? Penny Taylor's. Or fuck, what's your name? I forgot his name already. Where'd you see it, Scotty? Where exactly?
It walked into this room.
Response to people who are low.
Staticky thing.
I was in here earlier with the thing.
Where are you?
I mean, if you're sure.
Yeah, I know because the staticky happened on the video camera.
Okay. If he knows, I'm gonna. I see we have a spirit box thing, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop that. I'm gonna cause some chaos real quick. Sunny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Sierra, stop.
Oh, Sierra has no sanity. Not no sanity, but 40% sanity. They dropped heavily. So yeah, they saw the ghost. He.
Your sanity drops the more you look at it. I've already used the voodoo doll.
I'm gonna try to set up cameras, I guess.
Heart and got it.
That's totally
Wow,
right.
he took the doll. He took the doll and he went in.
Oh god.
I dropped
my light.
This landed well.
Alright. I don't have my camera, or I don't have my flashlight, so I need you guys to help me. I'm gonna try to bring as much as we can.
You should lose it, it's there.
Hmm? No, it's on the
Did
ground
you
right here.
lose it?
It's on the ground.
Oh, okay, I see.
I'm trying to set up.
Charge. You're gonna die.
No, you're here. You're here. You're not alone. You're not alone. I'm here with you.
So we're gonna die.
Oh.
We. Yeah, I'm gonna place this facing that general direction.
Place it inside the building. I need someone to go in though. I can't see. Can someone go in the room with the flashlight? All right. Yeah, that works.
I'll do it this way.
I'll do it in the hallway.
I put mine in the hallway.
Oh, I thought you still had it. I thought you still had it. My bad.
No.
Is it in here, do we think?
Dots?
No, I have a spirit box and I leave it on the desk.
I'm running out to get more equipment. Because I'm evil and love him platonically like that? God damn it. It's in like 3 weeks. Oh, well, hopefully it goes well. No. Make him cry. Make him suffer. There's my flashlight. Grab that. Grab that. I guess grab a crucifix.
Don't forget to grab the voodoo doll.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Who says I was joking?
Hee 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 hee. Did anyone walk outside or walk towards inside the asylum? Did anyone walk inside the asylum? Like you see like the closest red line?
I was in there.
Oh, you were? Okay, I heard a beep, but I didn't see if you guys were in there or not.
Oh, no one was. Oh yeah, that was me. That was me.
Oh, there's a manager's office sound. So the sound says it is in the manager's office. Okay, we're not crazy.
Do we have any evidence yet?
We don't have any yet.
Oh.
I've placed some sound sensors to help us locate where it's moving.
We know it's in the manager's office as of this moment.
I'm gonna go pee
There's
real
some sound in there. Yeah, Mel Big Nerd. Mel Big Nerd. I mean, do we see anything in here? Do you have more cameras? Okay. Alright. You ready to do something chaotic? Sierra? Sunny?
Yep.
Oh, I gotta go in there and push some pins.
Here I go.
If we all die before Tally comes back, that's a dub.
Alright, first pin.
Well, we should. Oh god, we're being attacked. Is the drone locked yet?
So how's the kids?
Is that a yes or a no?
It's still locked.
Should I push another pin?
Go for it, Scotty. What's the worst that could happen?
I pushed them all in at once.
And nothing's happening?
Oh, door's unlocked. So we were going to push the pins in, and the first pin that goes in was the heart pin.
Yeah.
So, I have wireless headset, so I heard everything, and what I heard was, push in a pin, here we go, first pin, door slams, door locks. That's what I heard.
It didn't really attack though for some reason, did it?
Because it's too far away.
Right in the door though? That's not that far away. We're right next to the manager's office.
Are you sure it's in
It
there?
went
Not
away.
below it?
There's still
I
sound.
was hunting.
There's still sound
Yeah, I
in
heard
the manager's
footsteps,
office.
but like it went away.
But how close was it?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
Got a lot of noise in the foyer.
In the foyer? I see 50% in the manager's office right now.
I see 80% in the foyer.
Let me just yoink these sanity pills
So
because
our
I was
shit-
at 0%.
So our shit is scuffed. What do you guys see on the sound
Indeed.
sensors?
72, 59, and 58.
Where?
72 for the foyer, 59 for the entrance, and 58 for the office.
It seems like it's in that area.
Oh, it just dropped down to 0.
For me, I still see 50% in the manager's office. So I don't know.
Mm.
So it walked away from the manager's office towards the foyer and just stayed there for a while, I guess.
Where's this camera? What the fuck?
Jesus.
God damn it. My 10 o'clock alarm has just turned on for some reason at the wrong time.
have a 10 o'clock alarm as well. Mine just went off as well.
Yeah, I see it completely bugged for sound sensor, but it seems like the foyer. Which one's the foyer?
Oh.
Probably the one in the middle, over there.
Well, all pins have been pushed now.
So if it is the foyer,
Hooray! I put a camera face in the foyer.
yeah. Is it this one? All right. Is that the foyer? What's a foyer? By definition, what is a foyer?
Yeah, it's in a lobby.
So
What up?
Are you here?
Go check things in the camera. Do you guys have a secondary dots in there?
I just put one in here.
You have another book around?
I only see 0. Only see 0. Hey, yo, pussy, are you in this room? Are you in this room, baby? Are you a baby? I heard a piano, and I think it was Sierra.
I'm scared. Right after I hit the piano, I just hear a ghost noise in the distance.
Wait, you did? Alright.
Are you here?
Some space first.
Where are you? So,
Sound coming from this way.
where are you? Are you close?
What sound? I'm with you. You are not alone. But as long as this keeps going on, maybe eventually one of us will be alone. You've returned? Welcome back, Tokyo Chicken. I'm currently staring at this man's phenomenal booty.
Hey.
Not his face. That's not the kind of head I want! We make lewd jokes so that, you know, the ghost gets irritated and then attacks one of us. So that way I can get a camera photo.
The things I would do to you. Where are you at?
What was the name of the ghost again? What was that?
I think it's over here.
Scott,
Where are you?
Sierra's saying, we're on the right side. We entered towards the right side.
Right side of the
I
place?
just got
It's just
60
haunted.
decibels.
He's got 60 decibels on the sound thing.
50 right now, from looking this direction.
You gonna say you went to the right wing?
Yes.
How far down?
Wait, is it hunting?
It was, yes. It's not anymore.
Oh!
One of you die?
No.
No, but it was.
I heard sounds. I did hear sounds. That. Ooh.
I'm just watching the meter slowly go up.
Like I heard a noise. I'm not sure what the fuck it was, but I heard a noise, and I thought it was you making a noise, but I didn't realize we were in the middle of a hunt. God damn.
That's why I asked, like, are we in? Oh.
Or are you inside?
Or we just left. Hello, Kylie. Yes, you missed the other gameplay. I'm sorry, but I've 0 depth at first try. I'm so good.
It's hunting again. Sorry, Tom. That's all I kind.
You won't die, right?
Oh, it doesn't come over here.
Can you throw my camera back? I just dropped it in there somehow. When I push B, it bugs out, and somehow I throw camera.
Glitch in my game. Stop.
What? What was that?
Some of your frames right there. So, where exactly do you guys go? You go like
Towards the right.
Yeah, it's like
You go this way.
no, like forward into it, and then a right. So we have to move a lot of our equipment.
That made me laugh. You just hear like, oh, 8, 10, 20, 30, 40, and then we just hear the noise.
Yeah, it's still hunting.
There's a ways away if you can't make it over here.
I can't open the door.
So I guess like when I saw it like walk by, it was like at the end of its hunt from earlier.
Must have been. God damn.
I think it's done.
Alright.
Shall we make our journey?
I'm gonna drop mine in favor of a crucifix. Choose a fine one. Here we go.
And I have a thermo.
I'll try to grab one of the dots then, I guess. Or I'll bring a camera actually. I'm coming. Can you grab one of the dots, Sunny? The one in the room.
Yeah, hold on. Put something down first, though.
Okay.
It's hunting.
Oh, it's hunting? Oh, fuck no. It's hunting. Be careful. I thought flashlights flickered when it hunted.
Yeah, they used to.
But yeah. Beat Mortuary's assistant. First try, 0 deaths. Didn't die. Found the name of the demon. Burned that demon. Clown ass. Something fry. Felt good. Oh god, that scared me.
Sorry.
Anyone dead?
No.
No, we can't even get into the ghost. Like, we're locked out from the ghost.
It's locked out from the ghost?
Yeah.
You're locked in.
I'm with Sunny right now. We'll start walking towards you guys once the hunt is over.
It's over.
Alright, let's go. Wait. Oh, you getting something?
Yeah, I had to. Hold on. Oh.
Well, time to look at their head cameras.
Are they dead?
Oh God, did that person just die?
No, I didn't say it's dead.
Sarah's dead.
Oh.
We lost one.
Rip Sierra.
Alright, I guess we have to
That's
go.
the
Wait,
one.
we should take pills. We should take pills real quick. You and me, Sonny.
Yeah, we should. It's locked again.
Goodbye, my children, for I have done.
Rip Stoney.
You are at 0% sanity right now. I can't see what is happening from your camera, so I... Fuck. Oh, that was the room.
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
I think it's like the church thing.
Here, you had it. I don't have it. Oh, Tally did die.
Oh, yeah, it was in there, I think. Shit.
Was it though? I don't think it was this room. It looked like it was a hallway.
I could be wrong, yeah.
I think it's this one. I see light on the ground. I think that's a flashlight.
Oh. Could be, yeah.
Oh, God.
Hi, Tally. Or Sierra. Doesn't like that. So we have no evidence.
Yeah, we have absolutely no evidence.
What are you gonna do, Hitsu?
I guess we gotta commit.
Yeah?
We gotta commit. We gotta commit to the bit. Grab whatever you need. I'm dropping this camera. We need to find exactly where this ghost is, and maybe we can get away with something.
Alright, what else can I grab?
I'm grabbing a camera, but maybe there's something else I can bring. My sound sensors are completely bugged.
Yeah, they're pretty shit.
I guess I grab this.
Sanity, yeah, we'll take some. Cover these as well.
Yeah, we're fucked. Hold up. I need to turn my flashlight.
Actually, hold on.
There we go. Ready? Wait, I think it just went off. Do you know where?
Huh?
The motion sensor just went off.
Oh, I think it might have been the outside one.
Is it back? Did it move back to us?
Oh.
Maybe.
It was like
Or is that one of our friends? Did they
Oh,
make
it could
things
be.
go off on the motion sensor? I don't know if they do or not.
I think they might, to be honest.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Alright. You write something for us.
God, you scared me.
Sorry.
I'm using the night vision camera to see a bit further into the night.
Excellent. It's just not like hunting.
Can I do that?
Huh.
If only I just wish I could know if it's like it's in this area or if it's in the right. That's my only.
Yeah.
Because we have actually no evidence.
Mm-hmm. You write something for us.
Should we try? Okay, it's open. Yeah, we should keep going.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I think they were in the hallway.
Okay.
Over here. Hallway?
I think so.
Look through my camera to see if I can find anything.
Hmm.
Yes.
Courtyard.
It's spawn in the courtyard?
I don't think so.
Pocket watch.
Huh.
Wait, I see a light? Never mind, that's just a reflection.
Oh.
I'm now lost. Yeah.
Definitely not spooked.
Are you nervous? Because I'm nervous. Don't see any ghost orbs. Sunny? Sunny? Sunny?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Not sure. I got lost.
I also got lost.
I'm in the little church room now.
We just got hecking ghost. Oh, there you are. Oh god. Someone just threw something at me. I think that was one of them. So wait, is it this way then?
I don't know, to be honest. I didn't see it.
Where's my camera? I had a camera in my hand.
You dropped the tripod, I think.
God, I think it's attacking.
Oh shit. I hit the door closed.
Okay. Okay, you dorks. Stay dead. Alright. Actually, lead us to where you died with your items. Being led by ghosts to find a ghost, that's crazy.
Too bad.
That's right. Right side. We go in. Okay.
Here?
Oh, they went in here. Ah.
Okay. Oh.
Oh my fuck!
Scared the shit out of me.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one?
Where's the other one?
Is that EMF level 5?
2.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm dead. Hi.
Hi.
The noise it made was not nice. Yeah.
Where's your camera? See anything? 13.8 degrees Celsius. Okay, put a camera down. Put a camera down. Put a camera down. I can go put dots down real quick. I'd be able to actually get away with something here. I don't think it's freezing. Fuck. 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 Fuck, 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 fuck. Okay, I don't think it's freezing. Well, I just gotta go in there and put dots down. Once I find a spot. Stupid room. Works. It's quite impressive. I don't know if it's EMF level 5 or not. But I placed the camera down, at least, right? So maybe I can actually fucking see something. If you can see anything, that'll be the hope. That'll be the hope.
They went downstairs, Hitsu.
Hey, wait, what? Yeah, my sanity's at 0. Great. Fucking item just flew. Was that one of them? So that's the camera. Unless that wasn't an item. What if that was dots just now? What if he just got dots? Can you imagine? Those must be my friends. Spirits of my friends have come. Anti-Gon, Greek mythology. Okay, that's definitely a friend. Or any ghost orbs, anything? I don't see shit. Yeah, it's a great book. Anti-Gon. You're still here with me. You're not gone. Cause you read that book. Read my book now. Are you afraid of death? Are you afraid of being gone in this world? Read my book and you'll be anti-Gon. there really no EMF level 5?